What is it, dearie?
The cathedral falling!
There's no cathedral here, sweetheart. You're at Princess Puffer's place now. What's this about a cathedral?
I thought I was at Cloisterham.
Oh, bless you, no. 24 miles away by Crow, Cloisterham is. And a place for gentlemen, by all accounts. Yeah, you're not so badly dressed yourself. And you're a gentleman for all your bleary eye and black whiskers. Here, now that we're friends, I'll best know what to call you. Do you hear what I say?
No. Unintelligible.
Here, what about another pipe, eh, sweetheart? Nobody can fill a pipe like old Princess Puffer, you know. There's a secret in the mixture, too. None but me has the knack of it. Oh, but business is dreadful bad. Just you and the Lascars and that Chinese devil in the corner. Oh, but you had a fierce quarrel with him just now. Tried to strangle him, you did. Nasty bruise he give you on your forehead there. Wow. I'll just fill another pipe for you, dearie, if that's what you want. Now, where's my little warm spoon for the mixture? Market price is dreadful high just now, you know. More nor 3 shillings and 6pence for a thimbleful. Here, I'll start it off for you, shall I? Oh, my lungs is weak. My lungs is bad. But I can't tell you, dearie. This stuff never hurt me like the drink did. Nor this stuff.
Opium.
Yeah, opium. That's what you're paying for, dearie. That's why you come to your poor old Princess Puffer. Hey, mister.
When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness, his wickedness, his wickedness, his wickedness. When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness, his
How splendid the cathedral looks this evening. A fine aspect your rooms afford, Jasper.
Yes, indeed.
The view from my lodgings at Minor Cannon's Corner cannot compete in terms of grandeur.
Please, Crisparkle, close the curtain.
Oh.
Thank you.
You know, you don't look at all well, Jasper.
You think not?
The Dean remarked upon your pallor just now, and the bruise upon your forehead.
Ah.
Our worthy choirmaster has been in the wars, he said.
The Dean is most gracious.
He stoops, Jasper, he stoops. May I ask, did you have an accident? Should you not see a doctor?
A small mishap. In the library, I walked into a ladder.
Wounds suffered in the pursuit of knowledge should be worn with pride. But I don't care so much for that pallor, you know.
I have a new medicine which shall cure all in time.
We shall miss your fine voice, Jasper, at the alternate musical Wednesdays tonight. But no doubt you're best at home. Good night. God bless you.
Good night, Crisparkle.
Ah, Mr. Drood. Good evening. Good evening. Your uncle's upstairs.
Ned!
Uncle Jack.
Oh, my dear Ned. I'm so glad to see you. No, take off your greatcoat this minute and set yourself down in your own corner. Your feet are not wet. Take your boots off directly.
My dear Jack, I'm as dry as a bone.
Oh.
Don't moddly-coddly me, there's a good fellow. I like anything better than being moddly-coddled. There. Now, I'll take my corner at once, unless you've dinner for me ready. I'm hungry as an ox.
Uncle.
Tell me, Jack, why do you so hate to be called uncle?
It seems foolish.
You fear it puts years on you? Well, let me tell you, in some large families, there's uncles younger than their nephews. What do you say to that?
I should simply point out that if I were younger than you, it is unlikely that I should also be your guardian.
Then you would be free of a burden that was not of your seeking.
Indeed I should. I shall drink to the thought.
Hold. I shall propose a more fitting toast.
Oh, very well. Whom shall we pledge?
Do you forget what day it is, Jack?
What day, Ned? Wednesday?
Pussy's birthday.
So it is. Toast away, then.
Since she's not here, we shall have to pledge her picture there upon your wall.
Do so, then.
To Miss Rosa Budd. Happy returns, and many of them.
Rosa.
Hip, 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 and 9 times 9, and 1 to finish with, and all that understood. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Pass me a nutcracker, there's a good fellow.
Yes.
Tell me, how's she getting on?
Rosa? With her music. Fairly.
That's cool praise indeed. What is she, inattentive?
She learns what she's pleased to learn.
And how's she looking? Well?
Just like your painting there?
Yes. I do believe I caught her pretty well. Miss Scornful Pert. How's that for a name? What, have you lost your tongue?
That's not the point. Have you found yours?
In the matter of a proposal. And there you have me on the hip, Jack. It's dashed unsatisfactory, you know, to be cut off from all choice in the affair. Please don't mistake me. I vow if I could choose freely, I'd choose little Pussy from all the pretty girls in the world.
Oh, you've been spared that trial.
That's what I complain of. My dead-and-gone father and her dead-and-gone father have done the work for us. I swear I'd sooner they'd left us alone.
That's no way to speak, Ned.
Oh, it's all very well for you. You can take it easily. Your life's not lined and dotted out for you like a surveyor's plan. Life for you is a plum with the natural bloom on. It hasn't been over-carefully wiped off for you. If only I'd...
Don't stop, dear fellow. Go on.
Oh, forgive me, Jack, have I offended you in some way? You looked...
It's nothing. There's a sudden headache.
Was it that bump you took in the library? It's you needs a wife to look after you, Jack, and never mind me.
Ned, there's something I must say.
What is it, Jack?
I have, for some time now, been taking opium.
What's that you say?
As a medicine, of course, to ease a pain, an agony that sometimes comes over me. I took some this morning. Its effects steal over me like a blight or a cloud. You see them in the act of passing. They will be gone directly.
You of all people, Jack.
There is said to be a hidden skeleton in every house. Did you think there was none in mine?
But you lead such a quiet life.
You think so?
I can't imagine any existence more peaceful or more fulfilling to the spirit. Hang it all, you look like a priest with that great black neckcloth you always wear. And to be choirmaster in such a lovely place as Cloisterham. And to exercise your great gifts as a teacher. Why?
I hate it! Hate it. Hate it. The cramped monotony of my life here grinds me away by the grain. Even the heavenly voices of the choir sound devilish to me. The very fabric of the cathedral appalls and oppresses me. No wretched monk who droned away his life in that dank and gloomy place can ever have been more weary of it than I. He at least could take relief in carving demons out of the stalls and seats and desks. What may I do? Carve them out of my very heart.
And I thought you had so exactly found your niche in life.
I know you did. They all think so.
Pussy thinks so.
Does she? What does she say?
That you were made to be a teacher, and she is honoured to be your pupil.
Ah. How like her to say such a thing. I'm glad to find I keep my secrets so well. You must say nothing of this to anyone, Ned.
Not a word, I promise. You were warning me, weren't you?
Huh?
Oh, please don't deny it. I know how fond you are of me, and you wish me to guard against finding myself trapped in a similar situation. But believe me, Jack, I'm not like you. I don't feel things as deeply. and that's a fact. In half a year, I shall carry Pussy off from school as Mrs. Edwin Drood. I shall then go engineering into the East, and she shall go with me. Any little barriers that exist between us now, on account of everything being so damnably cut and dried, shall collapse once we're thrown upon each other's company. In the words of the old song, my wife will dance, and I will sing, so merrily pass the day. Believe it, Jack.
Come in. Ah, Rosa.
You sent for me, Miss Twinkleton?
I did. Now, there is a lawyer here to talk to you.
A lawyer?
Oh, look at the girl. You'd think she had some guilty secret. It is only your kind guardian, Mr. Grewgious, come to see you, as he does every birthday.
Good morning, Miss Budd.
Good morning, Mr. Grewgious.
And when you two are done, Rosa, there is another visitor cooling his heels in my parlour.
Another Miss Twinkleton?
Oh, mercy on us, the innocent. Don't affect such surprise, miss, if you please. It is the same young gentleman who, I think, delivered a small parcel by stealth late last night.
Oh, Miss Twinkleton.
Spare your blushes, child. The lad is well approved. Approved, moreover, from the grave. That seems to me decisive. Don't you agree, Mr. Redress?
Indeed, I do.
Ah, please sit down, both of you. I shall retire and leave you to talk over such private matters as you may wish.
Please, Miss Twinkleton, do not move on my account.
Oh, no? You are most obliging. Very well. I will not withdraw, but I shall move, if you will permit me, to my desk by the window, where there's work to be done.
As you will, Miss Twinkleton. My dear, I am glad to see you well. Now I shall have to look in my pocketbook for things to say to you, for I have no conversational powers whatever. Well. You are well, I can see that, so I'll put a tick for well. Now, are you happy too?
Quite happy, thank you.
Good. So there's another tick for happy. Now, I've written here pounds, shillings and pence. A dry subject to a young lady, but an important subject too. Have you sufficient for your wants, my dear?
More than sufficient, thank you, Mr. Grewgious.
And you are not in debt?
Good gracious, no.
We'll turn the page then. Now, marriage. I am an angular man, Miss Budd, and am as fitted to deal with such a subject, I fear, as is a bear to dance a quadrille. However, the time is rapidly approaching when notice of your departure from this place must be given to the exemplary lady by the window there. So I must ask you, is all well between young Drood and yourself?
It is.
You like him, and he likes you?
I like him very much, sir.
Good. Turn the page. It only remains for me to give you, now you are old enough to understand it fully, a copy of your father's will. An annuity of £250, the savings upon which, with other items, will place you in possession of a lump sum of some £1,700. I am empowered to advance the cost of your marriage out of this. I have another copy here, which I shall give to Mr. Jasper.
Why to him?
He is Mr. Drood's trustee.
Oh, couldn't Edwin receive it directly? I don't like Mr. Jasper to come between us always.
Very well. Here, you may give it to the young man yourself.
Thank you. Just answer me one question, if you will. If something were to prevent our marrying, Edwin and I...
Nothing is forfeit, never fear. You would merely have my inconsequential self as your guardian for a little longer until you come of age.
Are you quite sure of that, Mr. Grewgious?
Do you suppose that if your fathers were living now and felt the least qualm upon the subject of your marriage, they would force you to persist in it? Oh, no, my dear. Untenable, unreasonable, inconclusive, and preposterous. Now, what else have I written here? Leave. Yes, I will now, dear Miss Budd, take my leave. Please feel you may call upon me at any time. perhaps at Christmas. As a particularly angular man, I do not fit smoothly into the social circle, and consequently I have no other engagement at that time than on Christmas Eve to partake of a boiled turkey and celery sauce with Mr. Bazzard, my equally angular clerk. You would be most welcome.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Grewgious.
Oh, Lord bless me. Thank you, my dear. The honour is almost equal to the pleasure. Miss Twinkleton, I shall now release you from the encumbrance of my presence.
Say not encumbrance, Mr. Grewgious. Indeed, I shall not permit you to say such a thing, and I shall not permit you to leave before you've taken tea with me.
Dear madam, I fear
Miss
that
Bard, you are free to go and see Mr. Drood now. You may walk with him in the garden for an hour.
Please, don't take my arm, Eddie.
Why not?
Everyone's watching.
Nonsense.
You don't know the girls. I swear there's a grinning face behind every curtain there.
Then I shall take you out of the garden.
I think you should.
Come, this way. Won't you take off your veil? Then I could at least say it was a pleasure to see you.
Very well. I should like to see you properly, too. There. Oh, gracious, Eddie. You've had half your hair cut off.
It's the fashion. Did you get the gloves?
Yes. I like them very much.
What have you got in your mouth?
An acidulated drop. One of the girls gave me some for my birthday.
You had presents besides mine.
Oh, yes. And a feast of oranges, jellies and shrimps. And a grand ball. Well, not so grand, really, since we had no real partners.
How did you dance, then?
With one another, of course. Some of the girls made game to be their brothers. It was so droll.
Did anyone make game to be...
To be you. Oh, dear, yes. Clara was you to the life. But I wouldn't dance with you, you know.
Why ever not?
Because I was tired of you. And you were just as tired of me.
Did I ever say so?
It was a game, silly. Oh, but Clara did it so well.
She sounds a devilish impudent girl to me.
Oh, don't be so pompous, Eddie.
Well, we must all grow up. Think of it. You've passed your last birthday in Miss Twinkleton's seminary for young ladies.
Yes.
You seem to be sorry.
I am sorry for the poor old place. Somehow I feel as if it would miss me when I'm gone so far away. So young.
Do you want to stop short, Pussy? Now, before it's too late.
No. No.
You say that with a dreadful air of resignation.
Oh, you know we must be married, Eddie. And married from here, or the girls would be so dreadfully disappointed.
That's a half-baked reason.
Oh, why do we always quarrel when we meet? I think so fondly of you when you're away. I tell you what we'll do. You shall pretend that you're engaged to somebody else, and I'll pretend that I'm not engaged to anybody, and then we shan't quarrel.
Very well. Shall we walk in the close?
Yes. Then we can pass by the Lumps of Delight shop.
The what shop?
Lumps of Delight. A Turkish sweetmeat, sir. Oh, my gracious me, don't you understand anything? Call yourself an engineer and know not that.
Why, how should I know it?
Because I am very fond of them. Oh, but I forgot we're pretending. You needn't know anything about them. Never mind.
Septimus? Sept?
Yes, Ma?
I say every morning of my life that you'll do it at last, Sept, and so you will.
Do what, Ma?
Burst a blood vessel. And what shall I have Stony Durdles put on your tombstone then? The Reverend Septimus Crisparkle died of a stroke while punching an old leather bag? Or plunging into Cloisterham Weir through the ice?
Neither, please God, dear Ma. good for me. Look at this.
Very pretty, I'm sure. Now, if you'll just put your jacket on like a Christian, there's a letter for you.
Who from?
Mr. Honeythunder.
I can't keep up with your interest, Ma. Who, by all the saints, is Mr. Honeythunder?
He is a professor of philanthropy, president of the convened Chief Composite Committee of Central and District Philanthropists. He provided the orphans for our feast last year.
Oh, we filled them with plum buns and plump bumptiousness, yes, I remember. Wasn't that enough for him? What does he want with you now?
Well, read the letter and you'll see.
Well, now, there's a thing. Have you ever heard of these two young wards of his before? Neville and Helena Landless, from Ceylon.
Never in my life, Sept.
Well, we shall make them welcome, certainly. Common courtesy demands as much. I suppose we can lodge the young man here, can't we, Ma?
Certainly we can. Oh, we must, if you're to be his tutor, as Mr. Honeythunder suggests. Miss Twinkleton will take the girl, I'm sure.
This paragraph about neglected education alarms me somewhat. It's likely to mean no education at all. Still, we'll see what we can do. Perhaps we should introduce them to some people of their own age. Young Drood staying with Jasper for a while. He'd be perfect company. We'll have a dinner for them all, Ma, shall we? As soon as they arrive.
There. Aren't they delicious?
Excellent.
Now, be a good Eddie and pretend. I hear you're engaged to be married, Edwin.
And so I am.
Is the girl nice?
Charming.
Tall?
Taller than you.
That's nothing, so is everyone.
Much, much taller.
Gawky, then?
Not at all. What is termed a fine woman. A splendid woman.
Big nose, no doubt.
Well, not a little one, certainly.
Long, pale nose with a red lump in the middle. I know the sort of nose. Still, she can always powder it, I suppose.
She would scorn to do such a thing.
How stupid must she be? Is she stupid in everything?
No. In nothing but loving me.
And does this most sensible of creatures like the idea of being carried off with you to Egypt? Does she, Eddie?
She takes a sensible interest in triumphs of engineering skill, especially when they are to change the whole condition of an undeveloped country.
Law.
Do you object to her feeling such an interest?
Are you sure she doesn't hate something about Egypt? What about the pyramids? Surely she must hate the pyramids.
Not in the least.
Then she must be a goose, for I find them the most irritating things in the world.
They're at choir practice in the cathedral.
Yes.
I fancy I can distinguish Jack's voice among the rest.
But don't let's listen. They'll be coming out directly. Please, Eddie, take me back.
Have I said something to put you out of humour?
No, nothing.
I think I have. Miss Twinkleton will be pleased with you, for you're returning well within your hour.
The girls will ask me why I am back so soon.
Haven't you enjoyed your walk?
No. If I go upstairs now and cry till I can't take my dancing lesson, you will be to blame.
Oh, Pussy, can't we at least be friends?
Oh, it's what I'd like best in all the world, Eddie. And the one thing that cannot be.
Will you not at least kiss me goodbye?
I can't. I'm too sticky from the lumps of delight. But give me your hand and I'll blow a kiss into that. There. It's a fine, stalwart hand you have, Eddie. Let me see what it has to tell me.
Can you read palms, then?
I can try.
Well, can you see a happy future?
No. I can see nothing at all.
Mr. Jasper, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Jasper. Glad to see you, sir. Yeah, it's a great satisfaction to me to receive you in the mayoral residence. You will not easily believe that your society can be a satisfaction to a man like myself. Nevertheless, it is.
I have for some time desired to know you better, Mr. Sapsey.
And I, sir, have long known you by reputation as a man of taste. Is not your nephew with you?
He begs to be excused, sir. He has some important letters to write regarding his future employment.
An ambitious young man, I believe. Well, no harm in that, eh? Will you take a glass of port, sir?
Certainly.
Please, be seated.
Thank you.
There, Mr. Jasper, sir. Did I detect a measure of surprise in your face as you entered? Let me guess why. You thought it was the Dean himself that stood here, eh?
Indeed, Mr. Sapsey, you do resemble him somewhat.
Many have thought so, and I am flattered by the comparison. Indeed, I go out of my way to foster it. The Dean is a very great man.
But I am equally sure, sir, that your own person is worthy of emulation. I hear on all sides that you have a most profound knowledge of the world.
I see a French clock. I never saw him before in my life, but I instantly lay my finger on him and say, Paris.
Amazing.
Yeah, I see some cups and saucers of Chinese make, equally strangers to me personally. I put my finger on them then and there, and I say, Pekin, Nankin, and Canton.
Extraordinary.
I have put my finger on the North Pole before now, and said, Spear of Eskimo make, for half a pint of pale sherry.
A very remarkable way, Mr. Sapsey, of acquiring a knowledge of men and things.
I mention it, sir, because, as I say, it don't do to boast of what you are, but show how you came to be it, and then you prove it.
Most illuminating.
A cultivated man can turn his hand to anything if he's a mind to it.
That's a striking thought, Mr. Sapsey.
I have lately been engaged on a most melancholy task.
I'm distressed to hear it, sir.
My wife, Mrs. Sapsey, was a woman of considerable gifts, not the least of which was a reverence of myself. I often ponder whether, if she'd married someone more on a level with her, she'd have died so soon.
One must suppose it was to be.
True. Man proposes, heaven disposes, as they say. Now sufficient time has passed, and Mrs. Sapsey's monument is well settled in the earth of the churchyard yonder. I have been engaged upon writing an inscription for it. As a man of taste, you may like to hear it.
I would indeed, sir.
I have it here. Now, listen, Mr. Jasperson. Ethelinda, reverential wife of then, in larger letters, see? Mr. Thomas Sapsey, auctioneer, valuer, estate agent, etc., and latterly, by the acclamation of his peers, mayor of this city, whose knowledge of the world, though somewhat extensive, never brought him acquainted with a spirit more capable of looking up to him.
Yes,
A stranger, pause, and ask thyself the question, canst thou do likewise? If not, with a blush retire. Well, what do you think of it?
Oh, admirable, sir.
Quite tasteful, don't you think?
The sentiments rendered, sir, make matters of taste quite irrelevant.
Good. I'll put it in hand at once.
You rang, sir?
Durdles waiting?
He is, sir.
Show him in.
Yes, sir.
Do you know this Durdles?
Only by sight. A stonemason, is he not?
That's the man. He lives, or seems to live, in the crypt of your cathedral, and has more acquaintance with the dead than with the living.
You sent for me, sir?
I did. Put your dinner bundle down and read this.
Mrs. Sapsey's monument, is it?
Yes.
Reverential wife, here. Norwich spirit acclamation appears mayor. Looking at the question. Blush and retire.
Well, what do you think?
It'll come in to an eighth of an inch, sir.
Is that all you have to say?
You can take my word on it, sir.
The Philistine is still among us, eh? Can you do it at once?
Soon as I'm able, sir. I can scarce move my arm at the moment, seeing as I've a touch of the rheumatism on me.
You mean the rheumatism?
Durdles means what Durdles says, saving your presence, your worship. It's the rheumatism. It's another sort of rheumatism. You get it among the tombs afore it's well light on a winter morning.
It's a bitter cold place, the cathedral.
Oh, it's bitter cold for you, Mr. Jasper. High up there in the chancel, with a lot of live breath smoking out about you. Think what the bitterness is to old Durdles, down in the crypt, among the earthy damps there, and the dead breath of the old uns.
Well, that's as may be, fellow. Put the inscription in hand as soon as you're able.
Durdles will need the key, sir, to the monument for the measuring and the setting up.
Eh? Oh, yes, of course. There you are. Take care of it, mind.
Put it in my pocket, safe with the others. Well, here. Well, this is no further business then, gentlemen. Durdles will bid you farewell and go for me dinner.
Yes, be off with you. The man smells of mortality. I shall have the room smoked directly. If we were to repair to the study, Mr. Jasper, we could broach another bottle of port.
Weedy, I catches him out, arty. Weedy, why? Then he don't go, then I shy. Weedy, wake cock warning.
Hi, you boy, stop that.
Mould again.
What are you doing to that poor man, you wicked child?
Making a cock shy of him.
Give me those stones in your hand.
I'll give you one if you don't look out, mister. I'll smash your eye for you.
Baby devil that you are. What has the man done to you?
He won't go home.
Well, what is that to you?
He gives me a halfpenny to pelt him home if I catches him out too late.
That's true what he says, Mr. Jasper. Durdles does.
Durdles?
Himself.
What do you know? This child?
Deputy.
That is his name?
Deputy.
I'm a manservant, I am. Up at the Travellers' Tupney in Gasworks Garding. We're all called deputy there.
Yeah.
Hold your hand, boy, and don't throw while I stand so near, or I'll kill you. Do you hear? I'll break your young neck for you.
Me, don't!
Come, Durdles. Let me walk home with you tonight. Shall I carry your bundle in your bag?
Kind of you, Miss Jasper. Durdles is not drunk, you understand. Durdles only having to sit down and better to reflect upon his calling, surrounded by examples of his work, like a popular author. There's one or two of your own kind here, sir, in white marble. Mrs. Sapsea yonder, unfinished. That's a former pastry cook and muffin maker, much respected. All safe and sound here, sir, and all old Durdles' work of the common folk. It's merely bundled up in turf and brambles, less said the better. A poor lot soon forgot.
That creature deputy is behind us. Is he to follow us?
Deputy? Bound to pick with him. You never cried Winnie warning before you begun tonight?
You lie! I did!
His own brother to Peter the Wild Boy. But Durdles gave him an object in life. What was he before? A destroyer. What work did he do? Nothing but destruction. What did he earn by it? A knowledge of Cloisterham jail. Not a person, not a piece of property, not a window, not a horse, a dog, a cat, or a bird, or a fowl, a pig, but what he stoned for want of an enlightened object. Durdles put that enlightened object before him. Now he can turn his honest halfpenny by the 3 penn'orth a week.
I wonder he has no competitors.
Yeah, he has plenty. But he stones them all away. Yeah, you keep your distance, you hear?
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Sapsea told me of the remarkable accuracy with which you find out where people are buried. What is your secret?
Oh, it ain't no secret, Mr. Jasper. Just you pass me that hammer there out of that bag and Durdles will show you. Now, looky here. when you start your choir singing, you pitch a note for them, don't you?
Yes?
Durdles does the same. Take the hammer, taps the pavement here. Tap, solid. I go on tapping. Solid still. Now I tap again. Hollow. Tap to try it better. Solid in hollow. And inside solid, hollow again. Now there you are. There's an old one crumbled away in a stone coffin in a vault below, yeah?
It's an astonishing gift.
That ain't no gift, Mr. Jasper. I worked it out for myself. Durdles comes by his knowledge through grubbing deep for it. And having it up by the roots when I don't want to come. Well, now there. Hey, you, deputy. You follow now.
Yeah, I'm coming. Weedy, wee. I'll get you about Artie.
Yours is a curious existence, Durdles.
Yours is another, Mr. Jasper, sir.
We have something in common, certainly, in that our lot is cast in the same old, earthy, chilly, never-changing place. But there is much more mystery and interest in your connection with the cathedral than in mine. Indeed, I'm beginning to have some idea of asking you to take me on as a sort of student or free apprentice under you. And to let me go about with you sometimes and see some of these odd nooks in which you pass your days.
Simply choose your time, Mr. Jasper. Durdles will oblige. Everybody knows where to find Durdles when he's wanted.
Is this Cloisterham?
It is. I never was more glad to see you.
Have I sat on you, driver?
You have.
Tell your master to make the box seat wider. He is morally bound and ought to be legally under ruinous penalties to provide for the comfort of his fellow man. Here, take this card.
I think I won't deprive you of it.
It bears the address of our society.
What's it in favour of, your society?
Brotherhood.
Thank you, sir. But my mother was contented with myself, and so am I. I don't want no brothers.
Whether you like it or not, my man, you have many brothers.
What's that? My mother was an honest woman, I'll have you know. Oh, so help me, I'll knock your hat off. Here, I'm not taking it.
You forget yourself, Joe, my good fellow. Leave the gentleman alone.
Very well, sir.
Do I have the honour of addressing Mr. Honeythunder?
You do, sir.
My name is Chris Barker.
Reverend Mr. Septimus, glad to see you, sir. Mr. Neville and Miss Helena are inside the coach. Having succumbed of late under the pressure of my public labours, I thought I would take a mouthful of fresh air and come down with them. I shan't stay, unless you have a dinner to offer me.
I have indeed, sir. And you're most welcome.
Landless, we are at Cloisterham. Wake your sister, come down at once.
Very well, Mr. Honeythunder.
So, you are the Reverend Mr. Septimus, eh?
I am.
Expected to see you older.
I hope you will, sir.
Eh? What'd you say?
I said I
What?
hope...
Well?
Just a poor little joke, Mr. Honeythunder, not worth repeating.
Joke? Jokes are wasted upon me, sir. I never see a joke. Ah, here are the twins at last. A fine, handsome pair, are they not? They look like a couple of bonny gypsies. Mr. Neville, this is Mr. Chris Sparkle, who is to be your tutor. Miss Helena, make your curtsy, girl.
I'm happy to make your acquaintance, sir.
Mr. Chris Sparkle?
Miss Helena, Mr. Neville, welcome to Cloisterham. I'm sure we're to be great friends.
Oh, I am glad our guardian did not stay. He's apt to monopolise all conversation.
Do you know him well?
Hardly at all. My sister and I have passed most of our lives abroad, in Ceylon.
Yes.
Our mother died when we were little and left us in the care of our stepfather. He was a cruel and miserly wretch who grudged us food to eat and clothes to wear. At his death, he passed us over to this Mr. Honeythunder for no better reason than his name being always in print.
He died recently, your stepfather?
Yes. If he'd lived any longer, I've no doubt I would have been driven to kill him. Forgive me, do my words surprise you?
I must admit they shock me unspeakably.
You never saw him beat your sister.
Yet even a sister's tears cannot justify...
Tears? Oh, she never cried. Not my Helena. She would have let the brute tear her to pieces before she would have given him that satisfaction. May I speak frankly to you, sir?
I hope you may.
We came here, my sister and I, determined to quarrel with you and to break away again.
Really?
We thought you would be like all the rest. We'd made up our minds not to like you.
Why?
But that was before we met you. I beg you to forgive our intentions.
Gladly.
I have had, sir, from my earliest remembrance, to suppress a deadly and bitter hatred. It's not surprising I have become secret and revengeful. I've been stinted of education, liberty, money, dress, the simplest pleasures of youth.
And what of your sister? She seems an excellent, sensible young woman. Does she feel as you do?
My sister is made of stronger stuff than I. Whenever we tried to run away, the flight was always of her planning and leading. Each time she dressed as a boy and showed the daring of a man. We were 7 years old when we first decamped. And I remember, when I lost the pocket knife which was to have cut her hair short, how desperately she tried to tear it out or bite it off.
Dear.
I tell you all this so that you will bear with us and make allowance for our behaviour.
You may be sure I shall. But I beg you to bear in mind that if I'm to do you any good, it can only be with your own assistance.
That you shall have, I swear.
One thing only bothers me. When you spoke of your change in attitude towards me, did you speak for your sister too?
I did, sir.
Yet you've had no private speech with her since you arrived.
It's not necessary. We're twins, sir. We can communicate without the use of the spoken word.
Yes. I've heard it said that such a thing is possible. But perhaps we'd better join the others now.
Certainly, sir. Let's do that.
Miss Budd sings charmingly, don't you think?
I think she is charming in all things. Pray tell me, sir, what is young Drood to her? Are they related? He seems very casual towards her.
Mr. Drood and Miss Budd are betrothed.
I see. That explains his manner, but does not excuse it. Bravo, bravo, Miss Budd.
You're in good voice tonight, Pussy.
I seldom heard you sing better, Rosa, and that's a fact.
Please sing something else.
No.
What?
Look at her. She's white as a sheet.
The devil says she is.
But what is it?
Are you not well, Miss Budd?
I felt suddenly quite faint. It's nothing. It will pass.
She's not used to an audience, you know.
Miss Budd.
Let me assist.
Stand back from her. Give her air. That's better. Take my arm, Miss Budd. We shall go out onto the terrace. There, my dear. A breath of night air will soon revive your spirits. You're very kind, Miss Landless. If we are to be fellow pupils at Miss Trinkleton's, I think you can afford to call me Helena directly. Gladly. And I am Rosa. I hope we shall be good friends. Oh, yes, yes. Though the idea seems quite absurd. Why, may I ask? Oh, I'm such a mite of a thing. And you are so womanly and handsome. You seem to have resolution and power enough to crush me. You certainly crushed Mr. Jasper just now. Nonsense, Rosa. I am a neglected, unaccomplished creature, sensitively conscious that I have everything to learn and deeply ashamed to own my ignorance. And yet you acknowledge it to me. I cannot help it. There is a fascination in you, my pretty Rosa. Oh, is there, though? What a pity Master Eddie doesn't feel it more. Why? Surely he must love you with all his heart. Oh, well, I suppose he does. I'm sure I have no right to say he doesn't. Perhaps it's my fault. Perhaps I'm not as nice to him as I ought to be. I'm sure I'm not. Wherever the fault lies, the fact is we are always quarrelling. But why? Because it's all so ridiculous. We were affianced in our cradles, you see, in so peremptory a way that it gives us no chance at all to behave as ordinary lovers do. My poor, poor Rosa. You need a friend, I think. Oh, I do. Will you be she? I swear it. I shall be your friend and help you, if you will do the same for me. Who is this Mr. Jasper? Eddie's uncle and my music master. You do not love him? Love him? That? Of course you don't. But
You know that he loves you.
Oh, don't say that. He terrifies me. He haunts my thoughts like a dreadful dark ghost. I feel that I am never safe from him.
Has he ever threatened you?
No, not directly. But he has made a slave of me with his looks. When I play, he never moves his eyes from my hands. When I sing, he never moves his eyes from my lips. When he corrects me and strikes a note or a chord, or plays a passage, he himself is in the sounds, whispering that he pursues me as a lover and commanding me to keep his secret.
Was it this feeling that overcame you just now?
Yes. But tonight, he watched my lips so closely as I was singing. It was as if he kissed me. I felt his hot breath on my mouth, I swear it.
You mustn't worry any more, Rosa. I am here to protect you. Let all who seek to harm you beware.
Young ladies, I've no wish to interrupt your confidences, but we promised Miss Twinkleton we'd not keep you too late, particularly as Miss Helena has still to be settled in at the seminary.
Yes, we must go.
I shall see you safely across town.
I will come too.
And I.
That's one too many for an escort, I think.
Please, Mr. Jasper, don't put yourself out.
Nonsense. It's all arranged. The evening is still young. When we've seen you safely to your door, Rosa, these young men and myself are to repair to my rooms for a cup or two of punch.
So you see, Pussy, you don't put him out at all. Miss Landless, please let us perform this small duty.
Very well.
Miss Budd, are you quite better?
Thank you, Mrs. Crisparkle, I am.
She has made a good recovery.
And a good friend, I think.
This is my bachelor gatehouse, Mr. Landless. Ah, Ned will make you at home while I see to the mole. Not take too long. Oh, excellent. Mrs. Toper's left wine and glasses and a heater on the fire.
Do you stay with your uncle long, Mr. Drood?
Not this time. I leave for London tomorrow, in fact. But I shall be back for Christmas, and then off and on until May. In midsummer I take my leave of Cloisterham, and of England too.
Oh, you're going abroad?
Yes. I'm going to wake up Egypt a little.
To study there?
Oh, good Lord, no, to work.
In what capacity?
As engineer.
Oh.
I was left part of the capital of the firm I'm with by my father, who was a partner. I'm therefore a charge upon the firm until I come of age, and then I claim my modest share.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Drood.
Because of the patrimony?
That, and your other inheritance.
What do you mean?
Crisparkle told me. I hope there is no offence, Mr. Drood, in my innocently referring to your betrothal.
Why not? Everyone else does in this benighted town. It's the subject of endless gossip and speculation. I wonder no public house has been set up with my portrait for the sign of the betrothed's head, or Pussy's portrait, one or the other.
I assumed that your betrothal, and to such a paragon as Miss Budd, was something of which you must be very proud. Was I mistaken?
A gentleman, Mr. Neville, will never talk much about the things he's proudest of. Neither does he care for others to do so for him.
It is true that I was brought up among the heathen, but even there I learned that a true gentleman never attempts to instruct others in matters of civility.
Then I shall offer more general advice, Mr. Landless. If you have nothing to say that is worth saying, it is better to hold your tongue.
You try my patience, sir. If you uttered such words in the part of the world I have come from, you would expect to have your ears boxed, and soundly, too.
And who would undertake to do this?
I would. If you wish satisfaction, sir, you have only to say the word.
Gentlemen! No more of this. What are you thinking of, Ned? You share the position of host here. It is quite intolerable that you should be drawn into a quarrel. I beg you to respect the obligations of hospitality, and you, Mr. Neville, pardon me, but I appeal to you to govern your temper too. Now, what is amiss between you? Nothing. Then the question is superfluous. We are all free friends, are we not?
So far as I'm concerned, Jack, there is no anger in me.
Mr. Neville?
Nor in me. But if Mr. Drood knew all my history...
Yes, no qualifications, please. There is no anger in Ned. You have heard him say so. Do you freely say the same?
I do.
Then let's forget the matter. And what my own persuasion has begun, here let a bumper complete. Yes, indeed. Oh, and pray, let there be no toasts or anything like that, because they famously lead to quarrels between men who are young and red-blooded, like yourselves.
Very well, Jack.
Ned has a habit of toasting the portrait.
Portrait? What portrait?
There.
Oh, that. Who's it meant to be?
Do you need to ask? It's Rosa, of course.
Rosa? Well, yes, I see it might be Miss Budd, but it's a far from flattering likeness.
Oh, be careful what you say, Mr. Neville. You are in the presence of the artist.
You, sir?
No, Ned there.
This is an excellent mull, Mr. Jasper. May I take some more?
Of course.
I'm sorry I spoke so rashly. Now I look again at the picture, I see much to commend it.
It's a daub, I agree. Done to humour one or two of Pussy's good points. I shall paint her more seriously one of these days. I might even be persuaded to paint that sister of yours. She's a handsome girl.
I should be obliged if you would leave my sister's name out of this conversation, Mr. Drood.
Very well, if you insist. Do you paint, Mr. Landless?
No. Why?
You simply criticise those who do, is that it?
Well, it is his right, Ned.
Well, there's wisdom in that. You can simply describe the sort of portrait you would paint if you had the ability and the inclination.
Mr. Drood.
How much more impressive it is to postulate a portrait than to paint one. Why? You can make the plainest girl a Juno, Minerva, Diana and Venus rolled into one. All this without lifting a finger. Isn't that a fact?
I'm afraid I can't say.
Whereas we poor artists have to make do with the meagre resources offered by paint and canvas.
In my experience...
But give me a fine and inspiring subject. That sister of yours, for example, and you'd see how I'd rise to the occasion.
It doesn't please me to hear her name upon your lips, Drood.
Then you have no cause for offence, sir, since I swear her name was never there.
I must give you friendly warning, Mr. Neville. It is idle to bandy words or chop logic with Ned. He will usually get the better of you, you know, and even when he doesn't, he will believe he does. Oh, look at him sprawling there. The world is his oyster. He looks forward to a life of stirring work and interest, a life of change and excitement, a life of domestic ease and love.
Oh, upon my soul, Jack, you're making me blush.
Well, consider the contrast, Mr. Neville. You and I have no prospect of stirring work or interest or of change, excitement, or of domestic ease and love. You and I have no prospect but the tedious, unchanging round of this dull place. Yet Ned there finds it hardly worth his while to reach out and pluck the golden fruit that hangs ripe on the tree for him.
Might have been better for Mr. Drood to have known some hardships.
Why, may I ask?
Yes. Tell us what you mean. Why?
Because they might have made a man of him.
Have you known hardships, Mr. Neville?
Yes.
Then why haven't they made a man of you?
Ned,
if you wish to make a test of my manhood, Drood, my earlier offer still stands.
Offer? What offer?
An offer of satisfaction.
But who has offended whom, may I ask? It seems to me that neither one of you is better than the other.
He has done his best to offend me ever since he arrived, Jack, though I can't imagine why.
What's a tiff between friends? Whatever Mr. Neville has said, Ned, I beg you will forget it.
Forget it? That's easily done. For his slights were so clumsy and ill-phrased, I'm not at all sure they were ever calculated to offend.
Oh, then let me be more precise. I hold you, Drood, to be a poltroon and a coward.
Mr. Neville!
Let him have his say.
Your vanity is intolerable, and your conceit beyond endurance. You call yourself a gentleman, but you're nothing but a common boaster.
And what do you know of such things? How can a fellow like you presume to judge a man of untainted blood?
I'll kill you for that, Drood!
Careful, Ned. He has the glass. Don't move.
Drop it, for heaven's sake, Landless. This has gone far enough.
Take it from me, if you're man enough.
Mr. Neville, for shame! Drop that glass at once, do you hear? Open your hand, sir, and let it fall before any more damage is done. By God, sir, I will be obeyed! Right. That's better. Now, I think you owe us some word of apology for this extraordinary behaviour. Well, sir?
Damn you to hell! Do you hear? Both of you! Damn you to hell!
In Orphans, the first part of The Mystery of Edwin Drood by Charles Dickens, completed by Leon Garfield, Ian Holm was John Jasper and Mark Peyton Edwin Drood. Crisparkle was played by Gareth Thomas, Rosa by Moya Leslie, Neville by Simon Treves, Helena by Helena Breck, and Grugis by John Gabriel. Princess Puffer was Mary Wimbush, Miss Twinkleton, Margaret Courtney, Sapsea, Timothy Bateson, Durdles, Gordon Gostelow, Deputy, Susan Sheridan, Honey Thunder, David King, Ma Crisparkle, Hilda Kreisman, Joe, David Googe, and the maid, Marcia King. The pianist was Nicholas Koch. The sound balance was by Chris Lewis, and the production assistant was Joe Hill. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was dramatized for radio by David Buck and directed by Gordon House.
For him to take upon himself to be her champion against her chosen husband, and then to compound these faults by showing violence towards his host, it's altogether intolerable. My mother, pretty creature though she is, terms it unforgivable. Oh. But I must not. I'm compelled to see the good in man, where good is present. And over the past few weeks I've watched young Landless closely.
And what conclusions did you reach, Crisparkle?
I concluded that the boy has had few advantages, has never known kindness, and is hard put to recognise it when he sees it. It'll take him some time to comprehend the fact that we are here to help, not to abuse him.
And yet his sister is a model pupil, by all accounts.
That's true. She's by far the stronger of the pair. And a remarkable young woman by any standards. She has the wisdom of love, which is the highest wisdom known upon this earth. In short, I believe she'll be the saving of him. She's already a great help to him in his studies.
Is he proving an apt pupil?
I have high hopes of him.
Good, good.
But he must make reparation in person both to you, sir, and to Mr. Drood when he returns. That goes without saying. The purpose of this visit was to assure myself that his apologies will be given an understanding ear.
There is no need to worry on that score, Crisparkle. I have to say I do not entirely absolve myself of guilt in the matter, for I was censurably slow-witted that night and should have seen where things were likely to lead. Edwin, too, now feels that the blame should be divided.
You've spoken to him recently?
He has written to me. Now, if you're an any doubt about the nature of his feelings, let me read his words. Here. I wish a bygone to be a bygone and all to be made right again. Look here, Jack.
Jack?
Though I am his guardian and he my nephew, I'm always Jack to him. Why don't you ask Mr. Landless to dinner? Christmas Eve would be an excellent time, for the better the day, the better the deed, and let there be present only we three, so that we may shake hands all round there and then and say no more about it. Yeah. Isn't that the fairest of offers?
It is. And you intend to implement his wish?
Of course.
You will invite Mr. Neville to dinner?
For Christmas Eve. And I count upon his coming.
You have, if I may say so, Jasper, every reason to be proud of your nephew. Such Christian forgiveness is unusual in one so young.
He has a wisdom beyond his years, that's certain.
And may Providence ensure its continued growth.
Amen, amen.
I did not think that Holborn in general, or Staple Inn in particular, could have been so merry. Whom shall we pledge now, Mr. Grewgious?
Why, Bazzard, my clerk. Mr. Bazzard, your attention.
To Mr. Bazzard.
Success to Mr. Bazzard. May I express the wish that, my rhetorical powers are so limited, that all may turn out well for him at last.
I follow you, sir, and I thank you.
May all what turn out well?
Nothing worth your attention, sir. I really wished to drink to my ward Rosa, but I thought I should pledge Bazzard first. He's so quick to take offence. But don't worry, Mr. Drood, he'll fall asleep directly. And now, I devote a bumper to the fair and fascinating Miss Rosa Budd.
I follow you, sir, and I pledge you.
And so do I.
Miss Rosa Budd. What did I tell you? Bazzard sleeps. He'll miss what I'm about to say.
And what is that, sir?
I am an angular man, Mr. Drood, a mere stone chip that has neither warm sympathies nor soft experiences. But in quiet moments such as this, and after a good dinner, I fancy that I could draw a fair picture of a true lover's state of mind.
Let me follow you, sir, and have the picture.
Your true lover's mind is completely permeated by the beloved object of his affections. Her dear name is precious to him and cannot be heard or repeated without emotion. I figure to myself that there can be no coolness, no lassitude, no doubt, no indifference, no half-fire and half-smoke state of mind in a real lover. Am I at all near the mark in my picture?
I should say, if you refer the question to me...
I refer it to you as an authority, young man.
I should say then, sir, that the picture you've drawn is generally correct, though you have been rather hard on the unlucky lover.
Likely so. I am a hard man in the grain.
He may not show all he feels, or he may not...
No, to be sure, he may not. He may indeed fall short in many ways. Don't you agree?
I do.
But let him be sure he trifles with no one, neither with himself nor with any other. He must not make a plaything of a treasure. Woe betide him if he does. Come, we must finish this bottle. Let me help you, Mr. Edwin. I'll help Bazzard too, though he's asleep. He'll be offended if I don't. And now, to a little piece of business. On her last birthday, I handed Miss Rosa 2 copies of her father's will. One was for you. Did you receive it?
I did, sir.
You should have acknowledged it, business being business. But let that pass. You doubtless observed in that document a few words of kindly allusion to its being left to me to discharge a little trust at such time as I, in my discretion, may think best.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Edwin, it came to my mind just now as I stared into the fire that I could acquit myself of my trust at no better time than the present. Favour me with your attention, then, for half a minute. I kept this thing well hidden in a secret drawer here, but since you are to have it, you may see where it was. Just an ordinary little case. But wait. It's a beautiful ring, is it not? In the shape of a rose, you see.
What are the stones?
What they appear to be. Diamonds and rubies. This ring, Mr. Edwin, belonged to Miss Budd's mother, who also bore the name of Rosa. It was a gift from her husband, made when they first plighted their faith to one another. It was removed by him in my presence from her dead hand on the day that she drowned, and it was he who, on his own deathbed, entrusted it to me.
It's beautiful.
See how bright the stones shine, yet not half so brightly as her eyes. If I had any imagination, which I have not, it is needless to say, I might imagine that the lasting beauty of these stones was almost cruel.
Who is to keep it now?
The trust in which I received it was that you and Miss Rosa growing to maturity and your betrothal prospering, I should give it to you to place upon her finger. Failing those desired results, it was to remain in my possession. You hesitate, Mr. Edwin.
No.
Take it, then. Your placing it upon her finger will be the solemn seal upon your strict fidelity to the living and the dead. If anything should be amiss or even slightly wrong between you, or if you have any secret consciousness that you are committing yourself to this step for no higher reason than because you have long been accustomed to expect it, then I charge you once more by the living and the dead to bring that ring back to me.
Yes, Mr. Burgess.
I've not been asleep.
No.
I follow you, sir, and have been following you.
In discharge of a trust, Mr. Bazzard, I've handed Mr. Edwin Drood a ring of diamonds and rubies. You see?
I follow you both, and I witness the transaction.
I shall take my leave now, sir. I have taken your words to heart, I assure you.
Keep them both safe, my boy. The ring and she that shall wear it.
I promise it, solemnly. Good day, and thank you, sir.
Good day, Mr. Edwin. Have I done right? Oh, dear drowned soul, how your face still haunts me. And your poor husband. Did he ever suspect when he won you that there was another doted on you from a helpless, speechless distance?
I follow you, sir, and will follow you.
Durdles, are you at home?
Oh. Here, Mr. Jasper, sir.
Are you ready?
Well, Durdles is just cleaning himself. There. I'm ready, Mr. Jasper. Let the old ones come out if they dare. Durdles is ready for 'em.
Come then.
This way, sir, across the yard. You have to watch where you go, Mr. Jasper, sir. Careful you don't tear your coat on the stone saw there. And wear that white mound ahead.
Yes, I see. What is it?
That's lime.
What do you call quicklime?
Oh, it's quick enough, sure enough. Quick enough to eat your boots. Quick enough to eat your bones with a little handy stirring. Step this way if you please. Now, careful now. I must keep the lantern shut, dear.
Surely these are private gardens.
Nothing we're to do will make him any less so. Durdles has a great respect for privacy.
But man, we're trespassing.
Why, bless him, no. We'll not stay long enough for that. This here's the ancient way, the quick way, and the private way. If we go the street way, we meet folk. And if we meet folk, folks will ask, what's our choirmaster doing out at midnight in the company of such a one as Stony Durdles?
The answer is simple. I'm thinking of writing a book about the place.
You've got it all worked out, eh? Durdles likes that in a man. You'd do well in graveyard work if you was ever to come down in the world, which, God forbid, you might do a lot worse.
Hush!
What? What's that, sir?
It's voices.
What?
It's Crisparkle and young Landless. Well, you never told me we were going through the gardens of Minor Cannon Corner.
Durdles would have told you, sir, if you'd asked him.
Shh, get down, man. They mustn't see us. Back in the shadows.
Not deserved, but deserved. But it shall be, Mr. Crisparkle. You have my word on that.
I've given my word too.
And once I have gained the forgiveness of my hosts, I shall leave Cloisterham for a while.
What?
I have a mind to draw together the threads of my life in solitude. I shall set out on my walking expedition early Christmas morning.
Sound minds inhabit sound bodies, to be sure. Are you sure your temperament is suited to the loneliness of such an undertaking?
That is what I intend, sir.
They've gone now, Mr. Jasper, sir. What are you smiling at?
Hmm? Oh, nothing. Let's go on.
Right. Now, just but a short way now, sir.
It's a raw night, is it not?
Begging your pardon, sir, Durdles finds it uncommon close.
Well, I only mention the fact because I brought a bottle along to revive us if we were cold.
Oh, now you mention it, Mr. Jasper, sir, yes, there is something of a nip in the air.
Would you care for a pull now?
Oh, thank you kindly, sir.
Well, drink all you wish, Durdles. I've another bottle here for afterwards.
Oh, that's good stuff, Mr. Jasper. That should keep us in good heart.
With all the keys you carry about you unmarked, Durdles, how do you know which one to use?
Well, by the weight and the shape, the feel, and what pocket it's in.
You can put your hand on any key at once.
You name one.
Very well. Let's see. The key to Mrs. Sapsey's monument there.
There you are, sir. Upper breast pocket. Left-hand side with a triple I like a clover leaf. Now, you name another.
No. I assure you I'm brimful of amazement already. A second demonstration would be superfluous.
You're kind to say so, sir. It's only a cat. There it goes over the wall. It didn't scare you, did he?
No.
Nothing to be scared of in this world, once you know the cause. Sometimes there's cries here when there's no cause. One in particular, Durdles remembers last Christmas Eve it was. Do you want to hear about it?
No, thank you.
We should have had Deputy with us. Sees all the cats away, does Deputy?
No, it's better we should be alone.
Here's the door of a crypt now. Be so good as to take this lantern, sir.
Certainly.
Hang it on the hook there.
This one? There's another door here. Where does it lead?
Up through the chancel and into the tower.
Is it locked?
Naught is secure from Durdles, Mr. Jasper. Do you want to climb up to the top then?
I've not decided what to do exactly. Let us sit down and take another pull at this bottle of mine, shall
Are
we?
you in no hurry then, sir?
None in the world, I assure you.
Yes. And thank you kindly, Sir Durdles, to sit down. Have a drink if you'll excuse the liberty.
Make yourself comfortable. There.
Here.
Close your eyes if you wish. Here, let me put your dinner bundle behind your head.
Well,
there.
And now you come to mention it, Mr. Jasper. No objection. 40 winks.
Take them, man. Take them. I'm sure I can occupy myself.
Child. Rosa, what is the matter?
Miss Twinkleton.
But you cried out in your sleep, child. Were you dreaming?
Oh, yes.
A nightmare?
Yes.
And why should you, little innocent, have bad dreams?
I don't know, Miss Twinkleton. I see a pair of eyes behind a mask pursuing me wherever I go. There they are now, peering in at the window.
What nonsense! You have been reading cheap novels, have you not?
Oh, no, Miss Twinkleton, I promise you.
What then?
Only my Shakespeare.
Ah, the immortal bard. Macbeth doth murder sleep, sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care.
Do you know it all by heart, Miss Twinkleton?
No, child, not all. But Macbeth, I think I know as well as any other. I will let you into a secret.
What, Miss Twinkleton?
When I was at the Wells, I lost my young heart to an actor in Macbeth.
What did he play, Miss Twinkleton? The wicked Thane?
Oh, no, bless you, girl. The porter. The foolish Mr. Porter.
And did he go away, Miss Twinkleton?
Of course, of course. Actors travel, you know. But nobody stays in Tunbridge Wells for long, not unless they have to.
Do you think of him often, Miss Twinkleton?
Oh, yes, Oh, what am I saying? Of course I don't. Now, go to sleep at once, child, and let us have no more of this nonsense. An evil face at the window, indeed. Who could possibly wish you harm? And if any did, have you not a fine young man to protect you, young Mr. Edwin?
Eddie, yes.
He will be back in Cloisterham tomorrow, and if it's a fine day, you shall go walking with him by the river. I give you leave. There. Does that content you, child?
Yes. Yes, I must talk to him.
You chatter away 19 to the dozen, I'm sure you always do. Now, go to sleep. And no more nonsense. There's no one alive but loves you and wishes you well.
Hola.
Oh, awake at last, Turtles.
Huh?
Your 40 wins stretched into thousands.
Oh, don't say so, Mr. Jasper.
They did, though.
Oh, what's the time?
Listen.
It's 2. Why didn't you try to wake me, Mr. Jasper?
I did. I might as well have tried to wake the dead. There are plenty of them about.
I believe I remember you bending over me.
I shook you, shouted to you, but to no effect. Now, are you quite ready?
What, you want to go now?
Yes, I've seen all that I want to see for now.
Well, let me get me bundle right, Mr. Jasper, and the lantern, and then I'm with you.
A thousand thanks, Turtles, both for your company and your assistance.
I'm glad to be of service, sir. And if you want my opinion, this has been a most unaccountable expedition.
It has served its purpose. Now, can you make your own way home?
Oh, I should think so. If you was to offer Durdles the affront to show him his way home, he wouldn't go. Durdles wouldn't go home till morning, and then Durdles wouldn't go home. Durdles.
Well, good night then, Durdles.
Good night, Mr. Jasper.
Willy Warnie! Willy Warnie!
Stephanie!
What, is that baby devil watching us? Oh! My God, I shall shed the blood of that impish wretch!
Mr. Jasper, no! Put him down, no!
Fine, you
don't hurt the boy!
Ow! I'll blind you, mister, so help me! I'll stone your eyes out! And if I don't have your eyesight! Ow! Go on then! Hit me while I'm down!
Mr.
Do
Jasper,
it!
recollect yourself!
You followed us tonight, you spied on me!
You lie! I didn't! I'd only just come out from the elf when I seen you two are coming out of the cathedral. If I catches him out at 10, it ain't my fault, is it?
Well, take him home, then. And let my eyes be rid of the sight of you!
My dear Eddie, I want to say something very serious to you. Something I've been thinking about for a long, long time.
And I wish to be serious, too.
Who shall begin?
You, Rosa, dear.
I can't remember when you last called me that. Very well. I will speak first. Though I don't speak only for myself. And we must agree not to quarrel, for we have no reason to be angry with one another.
No reason in the world, Rosa.
Oh, that's my dear boy. Eddie, I have observed the quality of courage in others and admired it always. Now I believe the time has come for us to demonstrate that quality, whatever its outcome.
Go on.
Let us be brother and sister from this day forth, and nothing more.
Never be husband and wife.
Never. Oh, please don't say you haven't wished it too.
No, I cannot.
I know you are no happier in this engagement than I. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
And so am I, dear girl. There. Don't cry. It's natural we should both be sorry.
Yes. Yes. And better to be sorry now than then.
When?
When it would be too late. And then we should be angry besides, and start to hate each other. How horrid that would be. But now, I can always like you. Like you and love you forever, as a sister should.
When did you decide to tell me this?
Last time I saw my guardian on my birthday. Do you remember? You gave me gloves and we walked together as we're doing now. Oh, but such a horrid walk. We went to buy lumps of delight and quarrelled at every step.
I too have seen Mr. Grewgious.
Have you? When?
A week ago. He gave me
Advice?
a warning, which I took, and would have discussed with you if you'd not forestalled me. And something else.
A gift for our engagement.
Something of the sort.
Oh, then you must return it. Mr. Grewgious is a good man and loves us both, I think, in his fashion. He will understand. The girls will be disappointed, of course. They've looked forward so much to our wedding, poor things.
I fear it will be a worse disappointment to Jack.
Do you?
Can you doubt it?
I cannot say.
Oh, Rosa, can you suppose that anyone so wrapped up in another as Jack for his sins is wrapped up in me could fail to be struck all of a heap by our news?
How will you tell him, and when?
As soon as possible. I must break it to him before the town crier knows it. I dine with him tomorrow, Christmas Eve, but I don't have the heart to spoil his feast days. He worries about me so, and moddly-coddlies in the merest trifles.
He must be told, I suppose.
My dear Rosa, who ought to be in our confidence if not dear Jack?
My guardian promised to come down at once if I had urgent need of him. Why don't we leave it to him?
Now there's a thought. Guardian to guardian, eh? Old Grewgious could certainly break the news better than I. He's already spoken feelingly to each of us in turn, and he'll put the whole thing feelingly to Jack. Well, that's it. Oh, I'm not a coward, but to tell you the truth, I'm a little afraid of Jack.
Oh, no, Eddie. Don't say that, please.
It's simply that now and then he's subject to a sort of melancholia, and a surprise of this magnitude, coming swiftly upon him and from my lips, might do him no good at all. It's better that Grewgious tells him, as you suggest.
I shall write to him today. Now, pray, let's not talk of our guardians, but of ourselves. We know we have done right, don't we?
Yes.
We know we are better so even now.
And shall be far, far better so by and by.
I must get back. Kiss me, dearest brother.
God bless you, Rosa. Don't turn around.
Why not?
There's Jack watching us.
Where?
Don't look, I tell you. He's gone now. I saw him clearly among those trees. He saw us kiss. Poor fellow. He little knows what has passed between us here.
He must have followed us.
The dear old fellow likes to keep us in sight. I fear he'll be bitterly disappointed in us, Rosa.
Going? But my dear foolish brother, where are you going and why?
I shall go where my feet take me. I'm unhappy and unsettled here in Cloisterham, Helena. Worse, I'm conscious of putting others in a similar plight. Miss Rosa, for instance.
Miss Rosa.
So, the weather being bright and hard, I shall set out first thing tomorrow.
When do you intend to return?
In a fortnight or so.
You are going quite alone?
I'm better without company. Failing yours, my dearest Helena. Come, smile and be cheerful, sister. This expedition may be my salvation.
I pray it might. Please write to me often.
Every other day, I promise.
Will you call to say farewell?
No. No, I shall set off as early as I may. Then I shall be not only off the streets, but out of earshot of the bells, when the good people of Cloisterham go to church on Christmas morning.
What luggage will you pack?
Oh, now there's a true sister's question. I shall travel like a pilgrim, with scrip and staff. I brought both this morning, as you see.
The staff looks stout enough to be sure.
Ironwood, the best. I wish I did not have to dine at Jasper's this evening, Helena. There's something in the air that bodes ill.
The weather is strangely oppressive, it's true.
Pray God that's all it is.
Of course that's all. Have I ever deceived you? Now don't think about it any more. I forbid it, do you hear? As for the dinner, you have promised to go, and go you must. Enjoy it, Neville. Think how soon it will be over.
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I was not sure if you were open or not.
Oh, on account of the shutters. No, I put them up against the storm that's brewing. Now, young gentleman, how can I help you?
My watch has stopped. Can you see to it at once?
Let me see it. Oh, dear. Yes. Yes, you've let it run down, sir. That makes it difficult to start again. Now, you should get into the habit of winding it regular every morning.
I do, only these last few days I've had much on my mind.
Your wedding, I expect, sir.
What?
No, I know you, Mr. Drood. Your uncle is a customer of mine. And besides, the watch has your initials upon it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, perhaps while I see to this, you might care to look at some of my stock of rings and bracelets. There's a bangle here would suit your young bride to perfection.
Thank you, no.
Or something for yourself, perhaps. Young gentlemen are favouring a plain signet ring these days on the occasion of their marriage. You can have the date of your wedding day engraved upon the inside, you see?
Thank you, but I'm not much given to wearing jewellery. But for this shirt pin, which was my father's.
Ah, of course, I remember now.
What do you mean?
Your uncle was in here the other day for a watch glass. I showed him these items in case he wished to make a Christmas gift to a gentleman relative. Yes, and he told me the same, that you wore no other jewellery but watch and shirt pin, and could not be persuaded otherwise. Oh, I trust you're not offended, sir, by the fact that we discussed your preferences?
No, not at all. I sometimes think that if I were to make an extra crease in my neckcloth, my uncle would think it worth noticing.
The choir's in excellent voice today, Jasper.
Yes.
Nothing unsteady, nothing forced, all thoroughly done in a masterly manner, with perfect self-command. But why are you not singing with them?
I've taken cold. My voice in its present state would detract from the general effect.
Always unselfish. But I'm perturbed that you're so often ill. Is that new medicine of yours doing you no good?
It's early to say yet, Chris Barkle, but I have high hopes of its recuperative effects in the long run.
Then stick to it, that's my advice. And take some healthy exercise as I do. It's a certain cure for the black humours.
I value your opinion, Chris Barkle. You know, I am sick of being such a muddy, solitary, moping weed. I mean to turn over a new leaf at this year's end.
Well, that's the approved time for change and renewal.
I shall burn my old diaries, and the flames which consume them shall purge my way of life.
I shall pray for you, Jasper.
Aye. Do, Chris Barkle, do.
Excuse me, madam. You do not look at all well. May I help you?
Oh, bless you, no, dearie.
I thought for a moment you were blind. You were staggering so.
No, not blind, dearie, no. Nor lost, nor homeless, nor faint, thank you kindly.
Something's the matter, though. Won't you tell me what it is?
Me lungs is weak. Or me lungs is dreadful bad. Poor me, poor me. He coughs rattling dry.
Where'd you come from?
From London, by the docks.
Have you nowhere to stay in Cloisterham? There will be a storm soon, you know. You mustn't stay out in the open.
Yeah, you're right, dearie. I must get back to London. I come here looking for a needle in a haystack and I ain't found it. Oh, looky, dearie. Give me 3 and 6pence, eh? No, don't you be afeard for me. I'll get back to London then and trouble no one. I'm in a business, you see. I'm slack. Streffle slack. Times is very bad. But I can make a shift to live by it.
You eat opium, don't you?
I smoke it. Give me 3 and 6pence, I'll get back directly. And if you don't give me 3 and 6pence, don't give me a brass farden. Give me 3 and 6pence, and I'll tell you something, eh?
What? Do you tell fortunes? Here.
Oh, bless you. Okay, dear gentleman. What's your Christian name, eh?
Edwin.
Edwin. The short of that name, is it Eddie?
There are some that call it so.
Don't sweethearts call it so?
How should I know?
Oh, haven't you a sweetheart?
Not anymore.
Oh, you lost one, eh? Well, never mind, Master Eddie. Your next sweetheart will be your last.
Is that all you have to tell me?
Well, there's no more to be said, but a good luck and a bless you and a thank you kindly, Master Eddie. Just be thankful it's Eddie that calls you and not Ned.
Oh. Why, may I ask?
Because it's a bad name to have just now. A threatened name. Dangerous name.
It's said that threatened men live long, you know.
Is it indeed, dearie? Oh, then Ned, whoever he is, should live to all eternity.
Mr. Jasper. I think we agreed upon Jack, Mr. Neville.
The events of our last meeting.
I've forgotten. This is Christmas, and the new year is soon upon us. It is time for charity and thought and deed. Come in. Oh, let me tell you. Oh, and have you come directly from Minor Cannon Corner?
I have. Why?
Well, you seem dressed for a longer journey.
I'm dressed, I think, as a pilgrim and a penitent.
Not on my account, nor on Ned's, I hope. The matter is, as I say, forgotten. Here, if I'm not mistaken, is Ned now. He's come with a storm. Enter, Ned.
Good evening, Jack. Mr. Neville.
Mr. Edwin.
Let me take that. Well, you're pat on cue, Ned. And the gods are busy on the thunder sheet. Upon my soul, we might be the 3 weird sisters themselves, entering to concoct their unspeakable brew. How does it go now? When shall these 3 meet again?
When shall we 3 meet again, Jack?
What a punctilious boy you are, to be sure. Come then, young poet, and you, young pilgrim, to the punch bowl with me. I cannot promise you eye of bat or toe of frog, I fear, but I hope it will be palatable all the same. When shall we 3 meet again? That's rich indeed.
Weedy, where? I catches him out at a 10. Weedy, why? Then he don't go, then I'll shy. Weedy, wake up, Wardy.
Here. You catch this, boy. Take it. And don't let me see any more of you till we come to the Traveller's Twopenny.
Weedy, where? I catches him out at a 10.
The hands have blown quite off the clock, you see, Durdles.
Aye, sir. And that's not the worst.
What?
There's 2 big coping stones. Fell from the turret. Half a hundredweight of lead has tore itself off the roof, rolled itself up and tumbled down there in the graveyard.
It's a blessing no one was hurt.
Sailors favour storms by day and landlubbers by night. I can't say I'd have liked to drive the old omnibus in such a flurry.
Well, have you been to the station this morning, Joe?
I have, sir, and brought this gentleman in.
We've not met, Reverend Sir.
Mr. Crisparkle.
Septimus Crisparkle.
I am Hiram Grugis of Staple Inn. I have the honour to be the guardian to Miss Rosa Budd, with whom I think you're acquainted.
I am indeed. You're welcome. Now, I could wish for a happier backdrop to our meeting. Have you come to visit your ward this Christmas morning?
I hope to see her, but my principal business is with Mr. Jasper.
And here he comes, Pat on cue. Good morning to you, Jasper.
Good morning, Crisparkle.
Yeah, has Mr. Grugis come to Cloisterham?
Oh, yes, good morning. Pardon me if I do not stand on ceremony, but there is a present matter bothers me exceedingly.
What is it, Jasper?
Did young Landless return to your home last night?
He did, but very late.
Did you have speech with him?
No, I was in bed.
No, this morning?
No, he was gone early.
Gone?
He's off to walk for a week or two. Surely he told you.
Oh, yes, of course.
Why? What's the matter?
They went out together last night in all the tumult, Edwin and he, to the river to observe the action of the storm.
Oh, I might have guessed. That's Mr. Neville for you.
Then use your guesswork in another matter. Ned did not return.
What's that?
His bed has not been slept in.
There must be some simple explanation.
I fear me there is, sir.
You can't.
I do.
Did they not meet as friends last night?
They seemed so at dinner, certainly, and after when their excursion was proposed, but who knows what they might have spoken on the way. Young Neville's temper, as you know, is of the most violent sort. I must tell you, I fear for my nephew's well-being.
It seems to me, gentlemen, that someone should be sent to find Mr. Landless and to bring him back under duress, if needs be.
Yes, but I cannot believe...
I'll go. Well, what do you say, lads? Going for the chase? What road did he take, Mr. Crisparkle? We'll have him back for you in a trice.
To Faversham, I believe.
Yes. Well, then come, lads. Let's be off. I know what he looks like. We'll catch him if we're spry.
Faversham?
Yeah, the Faversham road.
Mr. Jasper, quick, catch him something.
Let me take you back to your rooms, Jasper. It's out of your hands now. There's nothing more you can do.
I should have foreseen this.
You must not blame yourself. The fault, if fault there be, lies elsewhere, believe me. Come and rest.
What do you intend to do, Crisparkle?
To follow Joe and the others, of course.
Then I shall come with you. Rest. I shall not know a moment's rest till I know what has happened to my dear boy.
They have him.
Oh, there, Joe! We have him, sirs. And a fair old fight he'd give us too. He broke Joshua's head with that stick of his.
My nephew.
Sir Jasper? And Mr. Crisparkle? You of all people, sir, what does this mean?
Where is my nephew?
Where's your nephew? Why do you ask me?
I ask you because you were the last person in his company, and he is nowhere to be found.
Not to be found?
But wait, let him collect his thoughts, I pray. Now, Mr. Neville, listen to me and answer carefully.
I shall try, sir.
You left Mr. Jasper's last night in company with Edwin Drood?
Yes.
You went to the river together to view the action of the storm?
We did.
How long did you stay?
About 10 minutes. I then returned with him to Mr. Jasper's, and we parted at the door.
He expressed no intention of returning to the river?
No, of course not.
Or of going anywhere else that night?
No.
What are those stains upon his clothes?
That's blood, is it not?
You there. Is that his stick you're holding?
Aye, sir.
There's stains upon that, too.
Can you explain how they came to be there?
Oh, this man can tell you better than I.
I think the blood is Joshua's, sir. This young devil struck him on the head.
When a man is beset, it is natural he defends himself.
Does blood dry so quickly?
Neville, I think you must agree to return with us on your own volition, if only to clear yourself of suspicion.
Very well.
Let him go. I'll stand surety for him. We shall go directly to the mayor, and you shall make a statement. Will you come with us, Jasper?
No. If these men are willing, I shall go to the riverbank with them and search there for a sign of my poor Ned. Jed, fetch the dogs.
Right.
Samuel,
Get ropes and tackle. Reuben, have some warm clothes by. Durdles will lend us spades and mattocks. Come, lads. There's much hard work ahead of us.
The river is to be dragged.
They're about it now, Mr. Sapsey.
We must hope that the search is fruitless. But there's much about the business that mislikes me. It's un-English. Young Landless must realise the seriousness of his position. To take the life of a fellow creature is to take something that don't belong to you. Yes.
Mr. Honeythunder, young Neville's guardian, must be told of the matter, of course. But until his wishes are known, I must consider myself his surrogate. You do not intend that young Landless be placed under arrest?
Not until there is further cause.
And if I can vouch for him, he may continue to stay with me in Minor Canon Corner?
There's a difficulty here. I've had a word with the Dean, who is my close friend, and whom it is said I in some ways resemble. He has expressed certain qualms at such an arrangement. Your house, you must remember, belongs to the church, and in certain circumstances a question of sanctuary might arise. The Dean, in his wisdom, is anxious to avoid this.
He's suggesting I should turn the lad out?
I think the Dean intended his wishes to carry more weight than a mere suggestion.
But if he were to leave Cloisterham altogether, might not that be construed as the flight of a guilty man?
There are many in Cloisterham who have already judged him to be a man prone to violent and terrible rages. Violence breeds violence, Mr. Crisparkle. You've only to witness the force used by those men to apprehend him.
Where do you...
If you wish to be the boy's champion, I strongly suggest you secure a retreat for him elsewhere until this unfortunate matter is resolved.
Oh, Mr. Jasper, sir. Still no news? Nothing found?
No news, Mrs. Stubb. Good or bad.
You look fit to drop, sir. Here, let me take your coat off. And your boots are caked with mud. Off with them now, and I'll get you a nice hot drink.
You're very kind, Mrs. Tope.
You have a visitor waiting, sir.
Who?
That, Mr. Grewgious, sir. Oh. Miss Budd's guardian. He's waiting in the other room.
Grewgious? What can he want? Will you take my scarf? And this, thank you. Mr. Grewgious.
Good day, Jasper. Forgive me for dropping in unannounced, but I have to return to London today and wish to see you before I left. I forgot that you were still personally engaged in the search.
Yes, we take it in shifts, Crisparkle and I.
And still no news? Foolish of me to ask. I can see from your face that there is none.
Each day that passes makes a discovery more unlikely.
Unless, of course, the young gentleman simply wished to go away for a week or so, as young Landis did.
He would not have gone so suddenly without telling me. He was, after all, a visitor in my house.
Of course. Unless he had some sudden aberration, some...
Madness, you were going to say, Mr. Grewgious? That possibility, sad as it is, must now be our only hope, I fear. Here's Mrs. Tope with the toddy. You will join me?
Gladly.
You have been with Miss Budd these last few days?
I have.
How is she taking the matter?
She is quite overcome with grief. Fortunately, the Landless girl has been with her constantly and is a great comfort to her. But now Miss Helena feels she should join her brother.
You know he has gone to London, I suppose.
I do. In fact, Crisparkle requested my help in finding him lodgings there.
I see. Where exactly?
If you will excuse me, Mr. Jasper, it has been agreed that his exact whereabouts should be known only to Crisparkle and myself, and his sister, of course.
Of course. It's a pity the girl feels she has to join him. Poor Rosa will be left on her own.
Doubtless the excellent Miss Prinkleton will see that she's kept occupied. That's the best way in such a case.
Yes, indeed. And I shall make a point of visiting her. If you think my attention would be welcome.
I'm sure it would. But before you do, there is a matter I must mention to you, though I break a confidence in doing so.
A confidence?
But then again, perhaps not. For I promised Mr. Edwin that I should not tell you till he was away from Cloisterham.
What exactly are you talking about, Mr. Grugis? Am I to understand you have had private dealings with my ward?
Only in matters concerning my own ward, Miss Rosa. He did not tell you he had visited me?
No, sir, he did not. What did you speak of, may I ask?
Of the engagement, of course, and the nature of the contract. He gave no clue to me then of his doubts in the matter.
Doubts? Ned?
Yes, grave doubts, which were shared, it transpired, by Miss Rosa. I should have seen it coming, of course, but I'm such an angular man, it never occurred to me.
Yes. What are you saying?
This young couple, the lost youth and Miss Rosa, my ward, though so long betrothed and for so long recognizing their betrothal, indeed so near being married.
Yes.
This young couple, as I say, sir, came gradually to the discovery, made on both sides pretty equally, I think, that they would be happier and better both in their present and future lives as affectionate friends, or say rather as brother and sister, than as husband and wife.
Go on.
Are you quite well, sir? You look, if I may say so, extremely pale.
Go on.
Very well. This young couple formed at length the healthy resolution of interchanging their discoveries openly, sensibly, and tenderly. They met for that purpose, and after some innocent and generous talk, they agreed to dissolve their existing, and their intended, relations for ever and ever. Are you sure you're quite well, sir?
Yes.
One of this young couple, and that one your nephew, fearful that in the tenderness of your affection for him you would be bitterly disappointed by so wide a departure from his projected life, forbore to tell you the secret for a few days, and left it to be disclosed by me.
When did this happen?
I believe on the last occasion you saw them together. Mr. Jasper, I'm sure you cannot be well. Oh, my gracious. Jasper! 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 Mrs. Tope! Mrs. Tope!
Why, what's the matter?
Mr. Jasper has fainted. Oh, dear, perhaps I should have broken the news more gently, but I'm such an angular man.
Help him up on the chaise there. Take his feet, if you please, Mr. Grugis.
Is he subject to such fates?
Never like this. Mr. Jasper, sir. Who can that be? What a time to call, to be sure.
I'll answer it and send them away, whoever it is. Mr. Crisparkle.
Oh, is Jasper in?
Yes, but
I must see him at once.
Is there news?
Yes, there is.
But not of a pleasant nature. I can read as much in your face. You had best come in.
Thank you.
Is Master Edwin found?
No.
But some evidence...
Yes. But it's Jasper who should be told first. Where is he?
He is, I fear, recovering from another unpleasant shock of which I regret I was the author. If you have bad news, I strongly recommend the telling should be delayed.
Oh, I see. Well, there's no harm in your knowing, I suppose, since it'll be common knowledge directly.
Sit down and tell me.
Being a stranger here, you will not know that I am much given to swimming in the waters hereabouts.
No, I did not.
Well, I swim at all hours and in all weathers. The habit has made me the butt of many jokes.
Seems to me to be an excellent recreation.
This morning I went to Cloisterham Weir, as I've often done in the past. The water's cold there, but clear and refreshing. I had been engaged in searching the river downstream, where the water is foul and muddy. I think it was Jasper himself who suggested the change.
Go on.
I plunged in and swam a while by the bank, and at first I noted nothing unusual, but then I became aware of something sparkling in a corner of the weir, among the timbers. I struck out at once to see what it was, and I found this, tangled there by its chain.
A watch?
A watch which bears the letters E.D. engraved upon its back.
Why, so it does.
My tale's not done yet. I took the watch to the bank and swam again, diving down to the depths of the weir. I will not disguise from you the fact that I expected to find the young man's body there.
But you did not?
No, but I found this.
His shirt pin.
Is it his?
It was his father's, as was the watch.
Alas for Edwin, then. How shall we break this to Jasper?
There is no need.
You heard it all?
Let me see those things. Now I know my poor boy is dead. All the hopes I founded upon my nephew Edwin Drood I here give to the winds. Witness the oath I make here, gentlemen. I shall never discuss this mystery with any human creature until I hold the clue to it in my hand. I will never relax in my secrecy or in my search. I will fasten the crime of the murder of my dear boy upon his murderer. And I shall devote my life to his destruction.
In A Disappearance, the second part of The Mystery of Edwin Drood by Charles Dickens, completed by Leon Garfield, Ian Holm was John Jasper and Mark Peyton Edwin Drood. Crisparkle was played by Gareth Thomas, Rosa by Moya Leslie, Neville by Simon Treves, Helena by Helena Breck, and Grewgious by John Gabriel. Princess Puffer was Mary Wimbush, Miss Twinkleton Margaret Courtney, Sapsea Timothy Bateson, Durdles Gordon Gostelow, Deputy Susan Sheridan, Bazard John Sampson, Mrs. Tope Anna Cropper, the Jeweller John Moffat, Joe David Googe, and the maid Marcia King. The pianist was Nicholas Cock. The sound balance was by Chris Lewis, and the production assistant was Joe Hill. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was dramatized for radio by David Buck and directed by Gordon House.
Mr. Crisparkle. How do you do, Reverend Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Googe, as well. And the better for seeing you.
And how is your charge getting on over the way? In the chambers that I have the pleasure of recommending to you as vacant and eligible.
Most comfortable. He's living as a student should, with only books for company.
His books, sir?
No, mine, I must confess. Still, as I'm to continue to give him tuition...
You're a good man, Crisparkle. The sort of man we all would wish as a friend.
You honour me, sir. But since Neville's guardian, Mr. Honeythunder, has washed his hands of him, I'm obliged to act in that capacity myself.
You have spoken with that gentleman?
I have. I did not leave his house till I'd voiced my opinion of him.
Bravo. Bravo.
His method of argument appalls me. He will choose as subject a known evil, such as war, or famine, or poverty, propose some half-baked and ill-conceived solution, and if one objects to his solution, accuses one of being in favour of the general evil. It's quite intolerable. I fear I lost my temper. The man is not worth such a lapse.
Neville Landless is fortunate indeed to have such a champion. You will see him again before you return.
We arranged to dine together at the station tonight before I catch the train.
You're returning to Cloisterham?
Yes.
How have things been there these past few months?
Quite quiet. Edwin's disappearance is stale news now.
Mr. Jasper has ceased to mention it?
He still swears he will not discuss the matter till he's solved the murder of his nephew and brought the murderer to justice.
He's convinced it is murder?
He is.
Do you see the gentleman often?
Why, I saw him this morning.
Where, may I ask?
Outside the cathedral.
Did he tell you he was contemplating a journey?
No. Why should he?
Because he is here in Staple Inn.
What?
Believe me, he is in my eye at this moment, and he don't look at all agreeable.
Where?
Pray, step behind me into the shadow and cast your eye at the second-floor landing window of the house opposite.
Good Lord, you're right.
Now, what would you say he was up to?
I can only think he hopes that you will lead him to Neville.
Or that you will, Reverend Sir.
He aims, then, to haunt him and plague his life.
One is forced to think so. I think, if you agree, that you should excuse my getting up to see you out, but leave as swiftly as you may through the side door.
Yes, of course.
I leave it to your discretion whether you should warn Mr. Neville, but ignorance may lead the young man into considerable danger.
You cannot believe Mr. Jasper intends to harm him.
I have observed Jasper closely on several occasions besides the present one, and I have to tell you, as an angular man, that there is little I would put past him. Very little indeed.
Rally. Rally, that's the word. Fight for it, Neville.
If I were dying, sir, I feel as if a word from you would rally me. If my pulse had stopped, I feel as if your touch would make it beat again.
It's all very well. But for the present, I should feel more content if I were to see a ruddier touch to your cheek, and some evidence that you occasionally allow the sun to shine upon you.
I don't like to be seen on the streets. Not yet. I have not forgotten the looks people gave me in Cloisterham after I'd quarrelled with Drood. How much worse will they be now?
But no one knows you in London.
I still feel marked and tainted. I can only bring myself to go out under cover of darkness. But I shall conquer that fear little by little, I promise.
Good.
I must not live forever as a guilty man when I know I am no such thing.
Trust to time and circumstance, Neville. All will come right at last.
I believe it and hope I may live to know it.
Next week you'll cease to be alone. We'll have a devoted companion.
I look forward to it every hour of the day. And yet I feel it's a dull place for my sister to live in, with no suitable friend or society.
You need a woman's feeling, sense and courage. All these Miss Helena has in abundance. I've come to recognise her qualities more and more these past few months. If anyone in the world can save you, she can.
I know it, and shall do my best to be worthy of her.
Well, now I must leave you. My train departs in 5 minutes.
I'll see you safely aboard.
No. Tell me one thing. When you walk hereabouts at night, do you ever feel you're being followed?
No.
Well, just now I caught a glimpse in the crowd of one that I think may have it in mind to become your shadow.
Who?
I'll not say till I'm sure. But go a long way back to your lodging tonight and look behind as often as you can to frustrate his purpose. Will you promise me this?
Gladly. If there's one so foolhardy as to dog my footsteps tonight, he shall have a knowledge of half London before he's done.
Landless.
Who the devil are you?
Tartar's the name. Didn't mean to give you a fright, my dear fellow, but since you were in the way of talking to yourself, I thought I'd better speak before I had something I should.
Do you always perch on people's windows?
Seldom, sir, seldom. That I do it at all is due to the peculiar circumstance of our adjoining rooms. To get to your door, I have to descend to the street, turn the corner, and mount again. It's quicker to come via the roof.
Are those your beans growing outside?
You've noticed them.
Well, I can hardly avoid it.
Runners, scarlet. The nasturtiums and marigolds are mine, too. I say, do you think you could invite me in?
Of course. Step inside, Mr. Tartar.
I'm glad you like my garden aloft here. If you'd like a little more of it, I could throw out a few lines and stays between my windows and yours, which the runners would gladly take to, I'm sure. And as for the flowers, I could shove some boxes along to your gutter with a boat hook and draw them back again when they wanted watering or gardening. It wouldn't be any trouble.
You're very kind.
Not at all, not at all. I ought to apologise for looking in so late, but having noticed, excuse me, that you generally walk at night, I thought I'd inconvenience you least by awaiting your return. I'm always afraid of inconveniencing busy men, being an idle man myself.
I should not have thought it, to look at you.
No? Oh, I take it as a compliment. In fact, I was bred in the Royal Navy and was first lieutenant when I quitted the service.
Why did you leave?
An uncle left me his property on that condition. He'd been disappointed in a naval career, and that was his revenge, I suppose. So I accepted fortune and turned my back on glory.
Lately, I presume?
Well, I had knocked about the world for some time, you know.
12 or 15 years being burnt brown by the tropic sun. I've been here 9 months. I chose to live up here because I thought I should feel more at home in a small place where I could knock my head against the ceiling once in a while. I served last on a corvette, you see. Besides, I had no wish to turn luxurious all at once.
I see.
But I've talked quite enough about myself. What of you, Mr. Landless? From the little I've observed, I've thought you, excuse me, rather too studious and delicate. May I ask if there's anything wrong with your health?
I have lately undergone some mental distress, which has stood me in the stead of illness.
Pardon my curiosity. Now I must see to my beans.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Tartar, don't do that. You make me quite giddy. You'll be dashed to pieces.
All well, all taut and trim. Those lines and stage shall be rigged before you turn out in the morning. I'll be off now, Mr. Landless, and take the shortcut home. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Tartar. Good night.
Your fried sole, sir, and your pint of sherry.
Thank you, waiter. One moment.
Sir?
Can you tell me if there's a fair lodging for a single buffer to be found in these parts?
I'm sure of it, sir.
Yes, I require something old. My name is... Take down my hat for a moment from that peg, will you?
Sir?
Now look inside it. What do you see written there?
Datchery.
Now you know my name. Datchery. Dick Datchery. And hang the hat up again.
Sir?
As I was saying, something old is what I should prefer. Something odd and out of the way. Something cathedraly, perhaps.
Well, now, for something cathedraly, you should visit Mrs. Tope. She's the likeliest party to conform in that line.
Who is this Mrs. Tope?
Well, the verger's wife here. She has rooms let to the choirmaster and all sorts.
Choirmaster, eh? Oh, well, I'm sure a choirmaster is a man to see himself comfortably lodged. Yes, I shall call on Mrs. Tope after breakfast tomorrow.
Winnie warning! Hit him again! That made a dent in his wall.
Hey, you boys, stop that at once. Let the sheep be. Can't you see you've lamed the poor creature?
You lie! He went and lamed himself. I seen him do it. I'll give him a shy as a witty warning not to go a-bruising his master's mutton no more.
Here, come here, boy.
I'll come when you can catch me.
Well, stay there, then. And show me which is Mrs. Tope's.
How can I stay here and show you which is Mrs. Topes's when Mrs. Topes's is t'other side the cathedral, over the crossings and round ever so many corners, eh? Stupid, yeah.
Well, show me where it is, and I'll give you something.
Oh. Come on, then. Through here.
What is this place?
What's he look like? It's a burying ground.
What was the sheep doing here in the first place?
Same as in the second place, having stones shied at him. There. You see that window and door?
That's Mrs. Tope's.
You lie. It ain't. That's Jasper's.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I ain't going no nearer him, I tell you.
Why not?
'Cause I ain't going to be lifted off my legs and have me braces bust and be choked. Not if I knows it, and not by him. Wait till I set a jolly good flint a-flying at the back of his jolly old head some day. There, t'other side to Jasper's. There's the door you're looking for with the name on the oval plate.
Good. Now, see, here's a shilling. Now, you owe me half of that.
You lie. I don't owe you nothing. I've never seen you.
You owe me half because I have no sixpence in my pocket. Next time we meet, you shall do something else for me.
All right, give us old.
Here. Now, what is your name, and where do you live?
Deputy. Traveller's Tuppenny. Across the green. You're stupid! Yeah!
They are not large rooms, Mr.
Datchery, madam.
They are not large, and there is little light. But I think they could be made very comfortable.
It is a little close, too, I think.
The door there can be left open when you have no wish to be private.
Ah, now, where does it lead?
All the rooms lead out this way, sir.
Mm-hmm.
The way you came in.
The gatehouse arch, of course.
There's only one other gentleman lives here, besides myself and Mr. Tope, of course.
And who is that, may I ask?
Mr. Jasper. He's lay precentor at the cathedral. The choirmaster, you know. That's his door there.
I see.
And if that isn't Mr. Sapsey, the mayor, calling on him now, we have a very fine class of gentlemen visiting here. The cream of Cloisterham, so to speak. Mr. Sapsey, your worship.
Good day, Mrs. Tope. A fine morning.
It is, the Lord be praised.
Amen.
You'll not find Mr. Jasper in, sir. I saw him go out not 10 minutes ago, dressed very smart.
Alas, there's labour wasted. Oh, and who, may I ask, is this gentleman?
Mr. Datchery, sir. He's thinking of taking these rooms.
Well, Mr. Datchery, I shall tell you the truth. You may do a great deal worse, believe me.
Oh, the worshipful the mayor places me under an infinite obligation for the benefit of his opinion.
Very good people, Mr. and Mrs. Tope. Very respectful.
You are very pleasant to say so, sir.
In that case, since the worshipful the mayor is prepared to occupy his valuable time in recommending the place and the people, I shall not cast a blight upon our meeting by finding the rooms unsuitable. I'll take them, Mrs. Tope.
Will your stay be a long one, may I ask?
Oh, I have an idea, Mrs. Tope, of staying here in this lovely place, in peace and quiet for the remaining span of my life.
You will not regret your decision, sir. We are an ancient city and an ecclesiastical city, and we uphold and maintain our glorious privileges.
His honour inspires me with a desire to know more of the place.
Are you a scholar, sir?
Oh, His Honour the Mayor does me too much credit.
Retired from the army, perhaps?
His Honour the Mayor does me too much credit still.
Navy, sir?
Again, His Honour does me too much credit.
Diplomacy is a fine profession.
There, I confess, His Honour the Mayor is too many for me. Even a diplomatic bird must fall to such a gun.
Oh.
Oh, but I crave pardon. His Honour the Mayor will bear with me if I've been deluded into occupying his time and have forgotten the humble claims upon my own of my hotel, where I am lodged at present.
Not at all, sir. I am returning home, and if you would like to take in the exterior of our cathedral on your way, I shall be glad to point it out.
His Honour the Mayor is more than kind and gracious.
Yes.
Might I ask His Honour if the gentleman he was visiting is the gentleman of whom I have heard as being much afflicted by the loss of a nephew and bent on avenging his supposed murder?
That is the gentleman, John Jasper, sir.
And would His Honour allow me to inquire whether there are strong suspicions of anyone?
More than suspicions, all but certainties.
Only think now.
But proof, sir. Proof must be built up stone by stone. The end crowns the work. That is the way I put it. It is not enough that justice should be morally certain. She must also be immorally certain.
His Honour reminds me of the true nature of the law. Immoral. My thoughts exactly.
This is our cathedral, sir. There's no need to keep your hat off in my company, you know. Pray, be covered.
His Honour is very good, but I do it for coolness.
Oh, yeah. Come this way, sir, and I shall show you something of more recent interest.
Mr. Jasper.
Miss Twinkleton's maid told me you were here in the garden. I've been waiting for some time, Miss Budd, to be summoned back to my duty.
Duty, sir?
The duty of serving you as your faithful music master.
I have left off those studies, sir.
Of course. The dreadful shock to which we've all been subject has cast all other matters from our minds for a while. But when will you resume your lessons with me?
Never, sir.
The landless girl has gone to join her brother. You have no other friends here.
I have no wish for hollow friendships.
Do you call my friendship hollow?
Take it as you wish, sir.
You wish to sever the bond between us?
Yes.
You could not say that if you'd loved my dear boy.
I did love him.
Not enough. Not as was intended or expected of you, either of you. Oh, my dear boy was not free from blame. He was too wrapped up in himself to love as he should have loved, or as anyone in his place would have loved. Must have loved.
Mr. Jasper.
I entreat you, continue with our lessons.
Please, sir, take no for an answer.
Very well, very well. Yet I must confess...
I do not wish to hear any more, sir.
Nor do I wish to entreat you further, but we must sometimes act in opposition to our wishes. You must do so now, or in refusing, do more harm to others than you could ever set right.
What harm? To whom?
There. You ask me questions, yet you forbid me to question you. That isn't fair, you know.
Oh, very well, don't answer.
But I wish it. I wish to answer. But in a moment. Oh, dearest Rosa. Charming Rosa.
Please, sir, don't touch me.
You're afraid someone will see us from the window? Very well, I shall withdraw. I will come no nearer to you than this, I promise. Sit down, please. If anyone should see us, what harm can there be in the sight of your music master leaning apart on an old sundial and speaking with you of this and that, remembering all that has happened and our shares in it? Sit down, beloved. Sit down. Rosa, even when my dear boy was affianced to you, I loved you madly. Even when I thought his happiness in having you for his wife was certain, I loved you madly. Even when I strove to make him more ardently devoted to you, I loved you madly. Even when he gave me the picture of your lovely face, so carelessly traduced by him, I loved you madly. I endured it all in silence, so long as you were his, or so long as I supposed you to be his. I hid my secret loyally. Did I not? Answer me!
You were as false throughout, sir, as you are now. You were false to him daily and hourly. You know that you made my life unhappy by your pursuit of me. You know that you made me afraid to open his generous eyes and tell him the truth about you.
What truth, pray?
That you are an evil, evil man.
How beautiful you are. I don't ask you for your love. No, not yet. Give me yourself in your hatred. Give me yourself in that pretty rage. Give me yourself in that enchanting scorn. That will be enough for me. I told you, you rare charmer, you sweet witch, that you must stay and hear me, or do more harm than can ever be undone. You ask me what harm. Stay and I will tell you. Go, and I will do it. Now, listen. I have made my confession. I have told you that my love for you is a madness. Such a madness, I own, that had the ties between me and my dear lost boy been one silken thread less strong, I would have destroyed him for your sake.
I'm going to faint.
No, you are not. You will listen. Mark what I say. Look into my eyes and judge for yourself whether I speak the truth when I say that no other admirer shall be permitted to love you and live.
Other admirer?
One whose life is in my hand.
You cannot mean...
Young Landless confessed it.
That he loved me?
That he was a rival of my lost boy.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I heard him say so.
If you really suppose that I favour Mr. Landless, or that Mr. Landless has ever in any way addressed himself to me, you are wrong.
Do you not understand? Simply to love you is an inexpiable offence in my eyes. How much worse to add to that the hideous crime of murder?
No.
Now you see why I have laboured to find a means to entrap young Landless in a net of my own devising. I have worked patiently to wind and wind it round him, and it is slowly winding as I speak.
But Neville is innocent, I know
We
it.
are not speaking here of innocence or guilt. Circumstances may accumulate so strongly, even against an innocent man, that directed, sharpened, and pointed, they may destroy him. So it shall be with Landless. Unless... Unless you give yourself to me. I said I loved you madly. Now I shall show you how much. I'm prepared to break the oath I have sworn, to abandon my pursuit of my dear boy's murderer, and henceforth to have no object in existence but your happiness only.
You dare propose to...
I dare propose to you. If it be bad to idolize you, I am the worst of men. If it be good, I am the best. My love for you is above all other love, and my truth to you is above all other truth. Let me have hope and favour, and I am a forsworn man for your sake. Reckon up nothing at this moment, angel, but the sacrifices that I lay at those dear feet. There is my fidelity to my dear boy after death. Tread upon it. There is the inexpiable offence against my adoration of you. Spurn it. There are my labours in the cause of a just vengeance for 6 toiling months. Crush them. There is my past and my present wasted life. There is the desolation of my heart and soul. There is my peace. There is my despair. Stamp them into the dust.
We are in sight of the house, sir. Get up.
There, Rosa. I am myself again. I shall not embarrass you. I shall walk calmly beside you to the house. I shall wait for some encouragement and hope. I shall not strike too soon. Give me a sign that you are listening to me.
Yes.
Then mark. Not a word of this to anyone, or it will bring down the blow as certainly as night follows day. Think what that would mean, Rosa. Not only to Neville Landless, but to his sister, your friend. Do you wish her to be disgraced? Another sign that you attend me.
No.
Remember what I say. I love you. Love you. Love you. If you were to cast me off now, but you will not, you would never be rid of me. I would pursue you to the death.
His Honour's wife lies here?
Yes, a remarkable woman, Datchery. She strove at all times to match my own qualities, measure up to my achievements, but it was a losing battle.
Of course, poor lady. And is the epitaph of His Honour's devising?
One of our small local attractions. Strangers have been seen making a copy of it now and then. I'm no judge of it myself, being a work of my own, but it was difficult to turn the words with elegance.
If His Honour is gracious to accept the compliments of such a one as myself, I would say that there is no sign in those graven words of any labour in the writing.
Really? Here comes Durdles. He's stonemason here. Good day, Durdles.
Good day, your worshipful. And who is this?
Mr. Datchery. He is going to settle here.
Durdles wouldn't do it if Durdles was him. We're a heavy lot.
And you look heavier than most, if I may say so, Mr. Durdles.
Aye?
Durdles is in constant possession of 100 heavy keys, Mr. Datchery. Mention any one of them, he'll have it out of his pocket in a trice. Isn't that so, Durdles?
Done that trick. Once too often, Your Worshipful. Don't do it no more. Not for nobody. Durdles keeps his keys and himself. To himself. Yeah.
Hey, where are you going?
To the crypt. A place a man can take his dinner in peace.
Who's there?
Mr. Grugis.
Wait, let me turn up the light. Gracious heavens.
It's Rosa.
Oh, my child, my child. For a moment I thought it was your mother stood before me. She was in my thoughts even now. But what has happened? What has brought you here? Who has brought you here?
No one. I came alone.
Lord bless me, came alone. Why didn't you write to me to come and fetch you?
Oh, I had no time. I took a sudden resolution. Oh, poor Eddie.
Yes, indeed. Poor fellow. Poor fellow.
Oh, I'd thought he had no enemies in the world beside his foolish rivalry with Neville. And now...
Is it something to do with Jasper?
You know.
I have always had my suspicions of the man.
He tried to...
No need to tell me now. I can guess.
Oh, I cannot bear it. I have come to you to protect me, and all of us from him, if you will.
I will. Damn his hide. Confound his politics. Frustrate his knavish tricks. On thee his hopes to fix. Damn him again. Oh, please excuse my little outburst, Miss Rosa, but you'll be glad to know it has made me feel much better. But tell me no more just now, or I might be tempted to do it again. Now, you must be refreshed and cheered. What did you take last? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, tea, or supper? And what will you take next? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, tea, or supper? And where shall you rest? Let it be the prettiest room in Furnival's, eh? You didn't say what meal, my dear. Shall I send out for some marmalade, eggs, watercresses, salted fish, frizzled ham, or...
I could only take a cup of tea. Thank you.
Then you are fortunate, for there's some here in the pot. Sit down. Please, please sit down. Ah, Lord bless my soul. What a new sensation for a poor old angular bachelor, to be sure.
What do you mean, sir?
The sensation of having a sweet young presence in the place that whitewashes it, paints it, papers it, decorates it with gilding, and makes it glorious.
Thank you. Do you always live here, sir?
Yes, my dear.
And always alone?
Oh, I usually have daily company in the person of Bazard, my clerk. Have I mentioned him to you?
You have, sir. And with great fondness.
Yes, I suppose I am fond of the fellow.
And he of you?
Oh, no, I doubt if he is. Not particularly so. You see, he's discontented, poor fellow.
Why?
Misplaced. You see, he has written a play. A tragedy.
Oh, is that all? I thought he'd done something dreadful.
Good or bad, nobody can be persuaded to put it on. But there you are. I couldn't write a play, not even a bad one, to save my life. No, not if I was about to be instantly decapitated and a messenger arrived with a pardon for the condemned convict Rugius, if he wrote a play. Bazard knows this. Consequently, he would have a sense of my inferiority to himself under any circumstances. But as I am his master, you see, the case is greatly aggravated.
How did you come to be his master, sir?
His father was a Norfolk farmer who would have furiously laid about his son with a pitchfork on the slightest hint of his having written a play. Oh. So the son, bringing to me the farmer's rent, which I receive, imparted his secret to me, saying that he was determined to pursue his genius, even if he must starve to do it. I told him he should do no such thing.
Pursue his genius?
Starve. So Mr. Bazard became my clerk, and he feels it very much.
What is his tragedy called, sir?
The Thorn of Anxiety. Apt, don't you think?
Very apt.
But now I must see you safely over to Furnival's Inn. You'll be quite safe there. The stairs are fireproof, well watched and lighted. There's a stout gate of iron bars for your protection, and I live over the way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grewgious. I shall sleep soundly, I know.
Your breakfast will be provided for you in a neat, compact and graceful little sitting room. And I will come to you at 10 o'clock in the morning when we shall discuss what's to be done.
Mr. Grewgious...
You will want to see Miss Helena, I'm sure. But there is danger in your meeting at present.
Danger, sir?
I'll brood upon the matter. Never fear. I'll have a plan by morning.
Come in. Mr. Grewgious.
I have a visitor besides myself.
Any friend of yours is welcome.
A friend of yours, I think, too. And of all good people everywhere.
Good morning, Miss Budd.
Mr. Crisparkle.
Mr. Crisparkle in person, come at one plunge out of the river at Cloisterham.
Perhaps I should take a swim every morning, Mr. Crisparkle, for you look the very picture of good health.
Doesn't he, though?
I wish I could say the same for you, Mr. Grewgious, but I think you slept but little last night.
What leads you to that conclusion?
Whenever I peered from my curtains, I saw a man, not unlike yourself, standing guard in the street.
What a curious circumstance.
But what brings you to Staple Inn, Mr. Crisparkle?
Well, the excuse for my visit today is to set Miss Twinkleton's mind at rest.
Ah.
Well, she came round to Mar and me as soon as she got your message from Joe. And in such a state of wonder that, to quiet her, I volunteered on this service by the very first train this morning.
I see.
But why did you not come directly to me at Minor Cannon Corner?
I think because it was too near him.
Jasper, you mean?
Quite so, quite so. I have told Mr. Crisparkle of the events that brought you here.
Have you also settled what is to be done for Miss Helena and her brother? I long to see my friend again.
There is some difficulty in a meeting at present.
Come in.
Miss Budd?
Yes, what is it?
There is a gentleman here wishes to have a word with one of your visitors.
What?
But who knows that? Which visitor does he wish to speak to?
Mr. Crisparkle.
I am Crisparkle.
Wait, is it a dark gentleman?
With black hair and a moustache?
No, miss. Brown hair and bonny blue eyes.
Not Jasper, then.
Then, if Miss Rosa will allow me.
Oh, of course.
Show the gentleman in.
Yes, sir. This way, please, sir.
Thank you. Am I addressing Miss Budd?
You are, sir. And these gentlemen are Mr. Grewgious and Mr. Crisparkle.
Excuse me, Miss Budd, for interrupting your breakfast. And gentlemen, I offer my pardon to you too, but I think that when you know the cause, you will readily forgive me.
Who are you, sir?
I'd like to put that same question to the Reverend gentleman here.
What question, sir?
Who am I?
Are you mad?
No, wait, that voice.
What will you have for breakfast this morning, Crisparkle?
Wait a minute, give me an instant.
You're out of jam, you know, Crisparkle.
Tartar! My whole school fag!
My own fag, master.
Do you wish an interpreter, Miss Rosa?
I believe I do.
It's the practice in most boys' schools for a junior to act for a time as servant to a senior. It appears that this gentleman, in his youth, served Mr. Crisparkle.
Served? I should say so. He saved my life.
Well, how, may I ask?
I fell in a pond. Tartar here rescued me.
You couldn't swim?
No, at the time, no. But I learned soon afterwards.
Oh, bless my soul.
Amen.
Imagine this shrimp, as he was then, diving for me, catching me by the hair and striking out for the shore.
And he was my fag master. Imagine the temptation to let him sink.
Let me shake you by the hand, sir. You saved a remarkable man. His friends are beholden to you. Oh, I hope you did not get too wet. Are you quite recovered? Oh, if only I had learned to swim, I might have saved... but that's old history now. What did you say your name was, sir?
Tartar.
I've seen that name, have I not? As tenant of a top-floor set not a stone's throw from here.
You have, sir?
And do you by any chance know the tenant of the top floor in the set adjoining, on the other side of the party wall?
I do. His name is Landless.
Tick that off. No personal knowledge of him, I suppose?
Slight, I might say, and recent, but some.
Tick that off, too. Nature of knowledge, Mr. Tartar.
I thought he seemed in a poor way, and offered to share my flower garden with him.
I have an idea. It is not prudent at present for any of us, including, alas, Miss Rosa, to hold open communication with Mr. Neville or Miss Helena. A local friend of ours on whom I beg to bestow a hearty malediction sneaks to and fro and dodges up and down to find them. We have no wish to lead him to their door.
Indeed we do not.
However, there's no harm in leading him to the door of another party, whose staircase is on another street, and whose roof...
I begin to see what you mean.
Well, I know nothing of the why and wherefore, Mr. Grewgious, but I do understand your drift, and let me say at once that if it may be of any assistance to yourselves or to the charming young lady here, my chambers are freely at your disposal.
Excellent. Let's go there now. I'll send a message on ahead to warn of our arrival. Why do you hesitate, my dear? Do you not want to see your friend?
Oh, indeed I do. But we seem to be appropriating Mr. Tartar's residence very coolly.
I protest to you, my dear lady, that I shall think the better of it for evermore if your voice sounds in it only once.
How tidy your chambers are, Mr. Tartar.
I swear this must be the most scrubbed and burnished place under the sun.
Shipshape's the word.
Are you influenced in all things by the sea, Tartar?
In all but my garden.
Oh, how green and beautiful it is. It's like a dream.
Come then, Miss Rosa, First Lady of the Admiralty, on a tour of inspection. Who knows what wonders you may find in beanstalk country. Now for the magic words. If anyone hears, I charge you, come forth.
Have I to say it?
Call it.
If anyone hears, I charge you, come forth.
Rosa? Is that you? Helena! Oh, yes, my darling.
I said it was like a dream. And Mr. Grewgious is here, and Mr. Crisparkle, and Mr. Tartar, who saved his life. All like people in a storybook.
Now, you must not forget the wicked ogre, Miss Bird.
Mr. Jasper, you mean?
Yes, he. Do you know what passed between us?
A little. I was not surprised. He is trying to destroy Neville, you know, by his constant hounding. The poor boy is a virtual prisoner here.
He offered to cease his pursuit of Neville if I gave the word. But I couldn't hold any terms with him, could I?
I would sooner see you dead at his wicked feet than do such a thing.
Oh, what a comfort your words are, Helena.
Now, I must go back to my brother. He is not well at present.
Give him my remembrance, dear, dear Helena, and ask him not to hate me.
There is no hate in him. And if there were, you would, I'm sure, be the last person to suffer it. Goodbye, dear girl. Goodbye.
Will you come in again? My store of miracles is empty, at least for today. Tomorrow, I shall hope to have the pleasure of rowing you on a trip up the river. I have a boat moored at Greenhithe.
I've never been up the river, Mr. Tartar.
Well, Rosa, you've seen your friend. That was the first item on my list. I may strike through Helena landless. The second, frustrate his knavish tricks, referring to Jasper, of course, must be a subject of discussion between myself and these gentlemen here.
Yes, of course.
Education, companionship, and lodging. Now we're back to you, Miss Rosa. It has come into my thoughts that as that respected lady, Miss Twinkleton, occasionally repairs to London in the recess to extend her connection, we might invite her to come and stay with you for a month.
That's an excellent idea.
Stay where, sir?
There is a widowed cousin of Mr. Bazzard's who lives in Southampton Street. She may be able to help us. Name of Billiken?
Mr. Grewgious, sir. I hope I see you well.
Thank you, quite well. And you, ma'am?
I'm as well as I ever am. Come in, come in.
My ward here and an elderly lady wish to find a genteel lodging for a month or so. Have you any apartments available, ma'am?
Mr. Grewgious, I will not deceive you. Convey me to the stake if I tell a lie. I do indeed have apartments available.
What apartments, ma'am?
In here. This is the front parlour. The back parlour being what I myself cling to and will never part with.
Good.
Going with this is 2 bedrooms at the top of the house with gas laid on. I do not say the bedroom floors is firm, for firm they are not.
But the roof is all right, no doubt?
Mr. Grewgious, if I was to say so, I should put a deception upon you which I will not do.
No.
You may lay dry under that roof half your lifetime, But the time will come, and it's best that you should know it, when a dripping sop will be the name for you.
Oh. Do you have other apartments, Mum?
The open and honest answer to your question, young lady, yes, I have.
Good.
First and second floors is vacant too. They're sweet, sweet rooms.
May we see them?
Mr. Grugis, I shall not disguise it from you, you may. Follow me, if you will. Be prepared for the stairs, I beg, for unless your mind is prepared for the stairs, it will lead to inevitable disappointment.
Princess Puffer! Are you alone?
Alone, dearie. Worse luck for me and better for you. Come in, come in. Can't see who you be till I light a match. Yeah, I know the sound of you speaking. I'm acquainted with you, and I.
Light your match and see.
You're not seafaring.
Oh.
Well, there's land customers and there's water customers, and I'm a mother to both. Different from Jack Chinaman t'other side of the cord, he's father to neither. Why, it's you.
Are you so surprised to see me?
Oh, I thought I never should have seen you again, dearie. I thought you was dead and gone to heaven.
Why?
Oh, I didn't suppose you could have kept so long away from old Princess Puffer. And you're in mourning too. Who died, may I ask?
A relative.
Oh, died of what?
Probably death.
Oh, you're short tonight. Short and snappish. I believe we're out of thoughts for want of a smoke. Is that what you want, dearie?
As soon as you wish.
Yeah. Now you begin to look like yourself. Now I begin to recognise my old customer. What you been doing all this time, eh, Poppet? Been trying to mix for yourself?
I've been taking it now and then in my own way, yes.
Oh, that's a mistake. Never take it your own way. Ain't good for anyone, that. Well, wait a while, and you'll take it in artful form. You've Princess Puffer's word. And you'll admit I've got a pretty many smokes ready for you first and last, haven't I, Jackie?
A good many.
You was quite new to it when you first come, but you was able by to take your pipe with the rest of them. Hey, dearie. That's just right for you.
Something wrong.
Wrong, dearie?
Yes, it's not as potent as it used to be.
Oh, it's just the same mix to always the identical say.
It doesn't taste so.
No.
It's slower.
Oh, you just got more used to it.
Maybe so. Listen.
I'm listening, dearie.
Suppose you had something in your mind to do, but had not quite determined whether to do it or no.
Yes, dearie.
Should you do it in your fancy when you were lying here smoking?
Oh, yes, dear gentleman, over and over again.
The same did I. Over and over again. I did it hundreds of thousands of times here in this room.
I hope it was a pleasant thing you speak of.
It was. Oh, yes, it was.
What was it, this thing you speak of?
It was a journey, a difficult and dangerous journey. I took it so often, here in this room, that when it was really done, it seemed not worth the doing. It was over so soon.
Were you alone on this journey, my ducky?
No.
Oh, you had a fellow traveller?
Yes. Poor dear fellow. But he did not understand. He made the journey 1,000,000 times, and yet he had no idea. Hark!
Yes, dearie, I'm listening.
When it comes to be real at last, it is so short, it is unreal. Unreal for the first time.
What is? What is?
Hark! Time and place are both at hand. All we need is the fellow traveller.
Will you tell me his name again, my dear? His name!
The journey's done.
Oh. Say you so, my pretty gentleman. What's the smoke done for you this time, eh? Unintelligible, that's what you used to say when I had my little gabble. Unintelligible. Just as well it was, say I. Not as potent a drug as it once was, eh? Perhaps not at first. Or maybe it's in the mixing, my beauty. Either way, you'll talk now. Oh, Princess Buffer's seen to that with her little spoon and thimble. It's in the mixing, do you see? She's learned the secret. Now, she'll learn yours, dearie. My handsome, slippery, wicked gentleman from Cloisterham. You won't give old Princess Buffer the slip again. Not this time you won't.
Miss Budd, Miss Twinkleton, I take the liberty to look in upon you to express an hope that your dinner was to your liking.
We dined very well indeed, thank you, Mrs. Billiken.
Accustomed to a liberal and nutritious yet plain and salutary diet, we found no reason to bemoan our absence from the methodical household in which the quiet routine of our lot has been hitherto cast.
I did think it well to mention to my cook that young Miss Budd, being used to what we should consider here but a poor diet, had better be brought forward by degrees, for a rush from scanty feeding to generous feeding do require a power of constitution which is not often found in youth, particularly when undermined by boarding school.
Your remarks, Mrs. Billiken, are well meant, but you will permit me to observe that they develop a mistaken view of the subject, which can only be imputed to your extreme want of accurate information.
My information were my own experience, which I believe is usually considered to be good guidance. I was put in youth to a very genteel boarding school, the mistress being no less a lady than yourself of about your own age, or it may be some years younger, and a poorness of blood flowed from the table which has run through my life.
Very likely. Rosa, my dear, how are you getting on with your work?
Your flow of words is great, Miss Twinkleton, and no doubt is expected from you by your pupils, and no doubt is considered worth the money, no doubt, I'm sure. But not paying for flows of words, and not asking to be favoured with them here, I wish to repeat my question.
If you refer to the poverty of your circulation...
I've used no such expression.
If you refer, then, to the poorness of your blood...
brought upon me at a boarding school...
then all I can say is that I am bound to believe, on your asseveration, that it is very poor indeed. Rosa, my dear, how are you getting on with your work?
Before retiring, Miss Budd, I should wish it to be understood between yourself and me that my transactions in future is with you alone.
Yes, Mrs.
When
Bacon.
I have any desire to communicate a request to the person of the house, Rosa, my dear, I will make it known to you, and you will kindly undertake, I'm sure, that it is conveyed to the proper quarter.
Yes, Miss Twinkleton.
Good evening, Miss Budd. Being alone in my eyes, I wish you good evening with best wishes. And do not find myself drove, I'm truly happy to say, into expressing my contempt for an individual, unfortunately for yourself, belonging to you.
Who's there? You, woman, who are you looking for?
Oh, the gentleman lives up this staircase here, sir.
What do you want with him?
Oh, nothing, but he whisper. What's his name? Written there, dearie.
Surname Jasper, Christian name John.
Mr. John Jasper, eh? Yeah. Is he calling?
Calling? Why, yes, he's a lay precentor here. Do you know what a precentor is?
Oh, what is it?
Go into the cathedral there at 7 tomorrow morning and you may see our Mr. Jasper. Oh, yes, and hear him, too, singing in the choir.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, dearie.
But you don't belong here, do you?
No.
You've come a long way?
Yeah, far enough.
Where will you stay tonight?
Oh, at the Traveller's Tubney. So you'll owe me pay.
You've been here before, then?
Yeah. Once. In all my life.
All right, here's a shilling.
Oh, he gave me 3 and 6, the other gentleman.
What other gentleman?
Young gentleman I met down the road yonder.
When?
Last Christmas Eve.
Last Christmas Eve. Do you know his name?
Aye. He told me. Edwin.
Edwin.
He gave me 3 and 6.
Well, there. That should see you warmed and fed.
Oh, the Lord in heaven bless you, mister.
Right, off with you now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for a kind gentleman.
Yes.
Oh, sings in the choir, does he?
Psst! Deputy.
Aye, Mr. Dick.
Have another shilling here to be earned.
How this time, Mr. Dick?
Follow that bag of bones who just left here. She's headed for the Traveller's Tuppenny, so it should be no trouble.
What then, Mr. Dick?
Find out all you can about her. Her name, her livelihood, and her address if she has one.
Give us all the shilling, then.
Right. That's a good deputy. Off with you now.
Right, then.
Excellent.
Mrs. Tope, I believe I could do justice to some of your bread and cheese.
In An Arrival, the third part of The Mystery of Edwin Drood by Charles Dickens, completed by Leon Garfield, Ian Holm was John Jasper and John Moffat Dick Datchery. Crisparkle was played by Gareth Thomas, Rosa by Moya Leslie, Neville by Simon Treves, Helena by Helena Breck, and Grewgious by John Gabriel. Sapsea was Timothy Bateson, Tartar Michael Cochrane, Durdles Gordon Gostilow, Deputy Susan Sheridan, Princess Puffer Mary Wimbush, Miss Twinkleton Margaret Courtney, Mrs. Billiken Margot Boyd, Joe David Googe, Mrs. Tope Anna Cropper, the Watchman Vincent Brimble, and the maid Marcia King. The sound balance was by Dave Johnston, and the production assistant was Joe Hill. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was dramatised for radio by David Buck and directed by Gordon House.
Would be if you was to show kindness of heart to me. Yeah, I knows you now, Poppet. Oh, yes, I knows you, my sweet singer all in white. No matter, there's black enough within. You'll be surprised to get a letter from old Princess Puffer, I'll be bound. Now then, Mr. John Jasper. Yeah, I know you now. I followed you and saw you singing in your... No. cathedral. I know what you done, Poppet, I know what you done, but I won't say it on account of the goodness of my heart. Who's that? Who's there? Well, don't stand with your back to the window, Ducky. Come over here where I can see you. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, and I know you. Who are you?
Your friend?
You was at Cloisterham, wasn't you, dearie? Last night. You give me money. What you doing here? How did you know how to get here?
I got here by train and on foot, as you did.
Oh, followed me, eh? Well, what do you want?
Now, what should an idle buffer like myself want with you, mistress?
Oh, a smoke, is
No,
it?
no. Simply a little information for the peace and contentment of my mind. Ah, you've been writing a letter, I see.
You leave that alone.
I want a little knowledge for a curious hobby of mine. What hobby, you will ask? Music? No ear. Painting? No eye. Literature? I've not the education for it. No, my hobby, mistress, is the study of human nature. Yes, human nature. I love to sit and watch the world go by and wonder what this man thinks and that man does. And when some object of peculiar interest comes along, I love to tease it out and discover all I can.
Yeah, well...
Let me give you an example, mistress. I see a lady, plainly resident in the metropolis, come all the way to quiet Cloisterham. So I ask myself, what can have brought her here? Is it the country air? No. Is it the quaint old buildings? No. Is it the ancient cathedral with its crypt and windows and tombs? No. Then why has she come all the way to Cloisterham with her little bundle and anxious eyes? To find my neighbour, Mr. John Jasper, the choirmaster, it appears. For what purpose? Ah, that's the question interests me. Are you acquainted with him? Is he a visitor here? Does he smoke opium? Does he talk? Does he ramble? Does he confide anything when the drug has transported him? Something that might be, shall we say, of interest to a student of human nature?
Let me be. Oh, I'm dreadful bad, I tells you. My lungs is all wore out.
You are reticent upon the subject, mistress. A pity, when I had intended to do business with you to the extent of 3 and 6pence or so.
Let's see your money, dearie.
I shall put it on the table next to your letter. Now, will you oblige me by telling me when Mr. Jasper comes again? Will you send, or come yourself, to Staple Inn in Holborn? I take it that when he comes he sleeps for some little while, that he will not miss you.
Oh, he sleeps all night long, dearie, like a baby. Sings sometimes sweet as Christmas. It's the mixter, dearie. Jack Charnaman over the way, he ain't got the secret.
No, now, my name is Datchery, Mistress, Dick Datchery, but you are to go to a Mr. Hiram Grugius of Staple Inn. He will reward you further. Speak to nobody but Mr. Grugius or Mr. Bazzard, his clerk. Do you understand?
I do, dearie, I do.
I shall go now. But, as a student of human nature, I would advise you to think very carefully indeed, before sending this letter.
Here, you leave that alone.
Such a communication to such a person might well turn out to be in the nature of a last will and testament. Think well, mistress. Think well.
You think well, mister. Princess Puffer don't spend an hour of her life writing a letter and then not send it. And you and your 3 and 6pences. She's going to be rich, the princess is. Rich.
Do you
fancy she will take your advice, Dick?
If she does not, we have lost a valuable ally. Now, I believe she will be discreet and live a while longer and do as she's bid in the matter of our local friend. Sooner or later you'll find her on the doorstep calling for Mr. Grewgious or yourself, Mr. Bassard, and Jasper will be as good as ours.
Have you made yourself known to the gentleman?
Oh, as a near neighbour merely. We pass the time of day.
If he knew your true calling. Here, let me fill your glass.
Thank you.
To the Thorn, Dick.
Eh? Oh, yes. To the Thorn, Harry.
It's coming out. It's coming out at last.
What? Not the Thorn of Anxiety?
I assure you that it is.
On the stage?
Well, not exactly on the stage. Not yet. There's to be a reading.
Oh?
Tomorrow at 7 prompt. Rooms just off Piccadilly. And some rather influential people have agreed to come. Things are moving, Dick. I shouldn't be surprised if as many as 15 people don't turn up.
Why, that's splendid, Harry. That's really splendid. But in a way, it's even better than the stage. With such an audience, such a chosen audience, every word will make its mark.
That's exactly what I think. And perhaps you can take leave of your other business and you can take part. I've not forgotten what a fine actor you were in the old days.
Ah, then you haven't forgotten why I gave it up.
Oh, the matter of lines. But this is to be a reading, Dick. There'll be no lines to learn.
I don't know that I'm lured by the business anymore, Harry.
Oh.
No, I'm a member of the detective force now, nothing else.
Nonsense. Once an actor, always an actor, you know, and old habits die hard. I notice you still write your character's name inside your hat.
Datchery. Now, for all my disguise, I fear I may forget myself sometimes and announce myself as Armitage the Tragedian.
Who is Datchery when he's at home?
A buffer, Harry, getting through life on his means. A King Lear who never had children. A Macbeth who never married.
An Othello without an Iago?
No, not an Othello, I think. Say rather a Mr. John Jasper without an Edwin Drood.
An interesting idea. I touched upon it, you recollect, in The Thorn.
Did you?
Armitage, good afternoon.
Datchery.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grewgious.
I was not expecting to see you. Have you any news? Come into my room, if you'll excuse us, Mr. Bassard.
If you say so, Mr. Grewgious.
You are still in Cloisterham?
Yes, though for reasons I shall tell you in a moment, I have today taken a room down by the docks as well, among those whom a young assistant of mine terms the Jacks and other knifers.
Yes. I feel it's wrong to ask you to go to such places. I would shrink from going there myself.
Oh, I have been in worse, sir.
And the sights you see in the course of your duties, do they not distress you?
Not half as much as Hamlet's folly or Lear's madness. And I've seen them scores of times.
This talk of plays reminds me. The matter of the Thorn.
What about it, sir?
Did he tell you they're going to have a reading?
He did.
There is a delicate matter on which I'd like your advice. It would please me very much to take my ward and her friends to the reading of Bassard's play tomorrow night. Do you intend to go?
No, I think not. Particularly if people concerned with the case are to be present. It's important they still think of me, if they think of me at all, as the buffer who lives on his means in the gatehouse at Cloisterham. No, I think Bassard must do without me.
Do you suppose that he would be offended if I was to purchase, say, 6 tickets? Do you suppose that he would think I was patronizing him? I do not wish under any circumstances to offend him. I'd rather not go at all than cause him the slightest embarrassment.
Oh, I think, sir, speaking as one with some experience of the breed, that a playwright is likely to feel a great deal more embarrassment from the sight of 6 empty places than 6 filled ones.
We are comfortable, Jasper. We are comfortable. We are well provided with the good things of life. We're upon 3 floors, with an extensive cellar and a garden behind, and we have considerable interests in the town. But we are mortal, sir. We are all mortal, and we have our allotted span, as you have tragic cause to know.
Indeed, I have, Mr. Sapsea. It is always with me, and more than anything else, it is the thought of that other youth in London, untroubled by grief or conscience, while my poor boy...
Enough. We must, I venture to say that we will, sooner or later, lay that villain by the heels. By the heels, sir.
Yes.
It was not entirely to your state to which I referred. When I spoke of mortality, it was rather as a general idea, touching as much upon myself as on another. Be fruitful and multiply. If I might quote the word of the Lord, my dear Jasper, be fruitful and multiply.
Multiply.
Amen. That picture over the mantel is of my father, the first Mr. Sapsea. He was fruitful, he multiplied. But Mrs. Sapsea, the second Mrs. Sapsea, my late wife, though reverential and admiring, was weak. Feeble action of the liver. No issue, my dear Jasper.
So I understand.
So I have given the matter some thought, my dear Jasper, and have decided that if some suitable person should present herself, some person of taste, education, and an admiring manner, I would not look unfavourably upon a possible union. In a word, I have not cast from me the possibility of there being another Mrs. Sapsea. I trust, sir, that you, as a person of musicality and taste, do not consider this to be too hasty a decision.
Well, water under the bridge, Mr. Sapsea. We that are living have a responsibility to the living as well as to the dead. May I inquire if you have any lady in view?
I have considered the matter carefully. I do not look for wealth, although a competence would naturally be required. I do not look for the highest family in the land, although, of course, there must be pedigree, English pedigree.
Naturally.
I look, sir, for nothing more than modesty, deportment, and an ornament to my home. I look for fruitfulness and multiplication. I look for a mother to another Thomas Sapsea, and a Thomasina, if posterity should demand it.
Your wishes seem modest enough, sir.
From my window, Jasper, I can see the noble edifice of the old nun's house, a fine edifice, sir, and I find it most fitting that it should now be used as a seminary for young ladies, a cradle for fledglings about to fly forth and lay their eggs.
Do I take it, therefore, that it is Miss Twinkleton who has caught your eye?
No, sir, it is not Miss Twinkleton, nor any of her excellent staff.
Who, then?
Miss Budd, Miss Rosa Budd. A child, you think? Not so, my dear Jasper. A woman, sir, I assure you, a woman.
Rosa?
It's only natural for you to look upon her as a child, but I beg of you to consider her plight. She is alone. She is, following the tragic loss of the young man who was to have shared her life, forlorn. No prospect opens before her. Life holds out no welcoming hand. There is none to beckon, none to support, none to offer those dear attentions which she has every right to expect. And yet she is a woman, sir. And we have no right to deny her the happiness of being a bride and a mother. Thus I lay it before you, my dear Jasper. All I seek is your opinion and, dare I say it, your blessing.
The young lady has a guardian, Mr. Sapsea.
A lawyer, a dry-as-dust fellow in London. What can he know of matters of the heart? No, my dear Jasper, it is you who must speak for me.
Speak for you?
Acquaint the young woman with my design. Offer her my... My dear fellow, what's the matter? Are you unwell?
Forgive me, Mr. Sapsea, it's the heat, and even as you talk of her, I cannot help thinking of my poor boy.
You must lie down, sir.
No, I have some medicine in my rooms. I am subject, as you know, to these fits. I shall be well directly.
We must be careful, my dear Jasper. We must look after ourselves. We are not ordinary people, Mr. Jasper. We would be missed.
You are very kind.
No less than you, sir. Speak for me, Jasper, I beg. Acquaint the young woman with my desire.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Tope.
Oh, Mr. Datchery, you gave me quite a fright, sir.
Oh, forgive me. Well, I like to sit here and watch the world pass by. I forget that people cannot see me, huddled in the shadows of my room. Mr. Jasper plays well, does he not?
He's a most accomplished gentleman. I don't know what he'll make of this letter.
Letter?
Such a ragged thing it is, addressed to him at the cathedral. And the writing, it's never the work of a Christian hand.
Let me see.
Here. If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll just take it up to him.
Oh dear, oh dear. Foolish creature. Widdy, widdy, wake cock warning.
Oh, Mr. Datchery! Mr. Datchery!
What is it, Mrs. Tope?
It's Mr. Jasper. He's had another of his attacks. Come quickly.
Where is he?
He was lying here just now.
Mr. Jasper? Are you in there? It's Datchery, your neighbour.
Mr. Jasper, are you ill?
Pardon us, but we must come in.
No, you may not. Then you're here. Go away. I'm quite well.
Forgive us, sir, but we naturally feared for your health when we
There's
heard...
no need. I just had one of my attacks, a mild one. Nothing at all to make a fuss about. I'm grateful for your solicitude, Mr. Datchery. Thank you, Mrs. Tope.
Oh, good evening to you then, Mr. Jasper.
Good evening.
Yes, yes!
I wonder if it was wise to have the refreshments before the reading, Mr. Grewgious.
Oh, it'll certainly put your audience in a good frame of mind to receive your performance.
That's all very well, but we're fast running out. Of bottles, that is. There's still plenty of glasses.
Are you to read all the parts yourself, Mr. Bassard?
Yes, Miss Budd. So it has been decided. Only I, you see, have a full knowledge of how the roles should be enacted.
How clever you must be. Don't you agree, Mr. Tartar?
What's that, madam?
Such industry.
That is indeed an attribute to be admired, Rosa.
Is it very long, your play?
It's an ominously bulky-looking volume, Your Holy.
It is of the usual length for a tragedy. 5 acts and an epilogue. Here's Mrs. Chopper. She's to write an article on my play for a magazine.
Who on earth is that with her?
A Red Indian, by the look of it.
A snake-bite Indian. He is our constant companion.
Certainly a fine figure of a man.
Ah, Mr. Bassard, allow me to introduce Jumping Crow.
Good evening.
His tribe, you know, befriended me when I lost my poor husband at the hands, or rather the jaws, of an alligator in North America. He was a missionary there.
Indeed.
Among the snakebite tribe, I discovered the true primitive soul. Oh, say something, Jumping Crow.
Good evening.
Oh, we have all lost something. We no longer speak the language of the clouds, the language of thunder, the language of silence. The snakebite Indians only have 157 words in their language.
158.
They have no word for ticket inspector, but they have 25 words for the sound of hail falling upon a wigwam. Oh, you only have to be in the company of Jumping Crow for an hour or so to know what we have lost.
The silver spoons at a guess.
Was it not thunder?
It was. Tell us what the rain is saying, Jumping Crow.
Wallach. Wallach. Aha! Ha! Wallach.
Bassard, I think everyone is here who's going to be here. Are you ready to begin?
Yes. Quite ready. Thank you, sir.
Now, if you ladies and gentlemen and yes, could you kindly take your seats? The performance will begin. And Mr. Bassard is ready. The play. Come along now.
This is very awkward indeed.
Why so, Mr. Grewgious?
I took 6 tickets. I did not think that Bassard had invited me as his guest. Now there'll be an empty seat in the front row.
Come now, I'm sure no one will notice.
Hush. Mr. Bassard is ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, the thorn of anxiety.
Come on, come on.
Who's there? Mr. Landless. Neville Landless. I'm a friend of Mr. Grugis.
He's not here. Oh, but you best come in. Quiet, Snap. Lucky you called me, sir. I was just off across the way.
Mr. Grugis is not in, you say?
He's gone off to see Mr. Bazard's play. They've all gone.
When? When did they go?
An hour ago. Was you meant to be with them, sir?
No.
Changed your mind, did you, sir? Well, it's too late.
I've not been out of my rooms for several weeks. I've lost all count of time.
Well, you'd best stay here now, sir, and wait for Mr. Grugis to come back. Either way, I'd not recommend you venture out again till the storm has cleared.
Do something for me, please. Glance out of the peephole in the door. See if you can see anyone outside.
Huh? Followed, was you, sir? There's some desperate characters wander around hereabouts at night.
Please.
Hey, Snap.
Please, look.
No one there.
Not a dark man. Quite tall. All in black.
No one, sir.
Alas, thou feckless heart, how rash an act! Did you not know, or could you not conceive, how fell such words would fall? Fie, fie, full fell they fall. They fill mine ears which set as they are on either side of his
keep expecting Banquo's ghost to come and sit in it. Don't fret about the Brugers. I'm sure the play can't go on much longer.
Such sounds as these portend nothing but ill.
Let me in! Let me in, woman! I have something here for you. Don't you remember? You wrote to me. What's the matter with you? Damn you, woman! Let me in!
Who do you want, mister? Princess Buffer?
I believe that is the unholy name she goes by.
I've not seen her all day. She's either out or asleep. You'll knock at your doomsday, mister. Here, if you're after what I think you're after, try Jack Chinaman's over the court there, see? With a lantern swinging.
I'm obliged to you, sir.
That's all right. You go to Jack Chinaman's. You'll get more than you bargained for there, my precious. Aye. There you go, my sweet singer. And don't you never come back to Princess Puffer's no more. Princess Puffer's been thinking she has, and she's formed an opinion that an uncertain life's better than a certain death. No present's better than the sort of present you had in mind for her. It cost me paying her money to say it, but you'll not sing to me again. Go on, go to Jack Chinaman's. But never say I didn't warn you, my puppet.
Wait! Who is it?
Is that Mr. Grugis? Tell me you're Mr. Grugis and he's worth an half a crown.
I'm not Mr. Grugis, I fear, but I am a friend of his. Can I help you, lad?
I ain't your lad. If I'm anyone's lad, I'm Datchery's lad. He put me on watch in a commercial room, he did.
I can't answer for Mr. Datchery, but I'm sure Mr. Grugis would entrust me with a message.
When's he back?
In an hour or so.
That will be too late. You'll have to do. You come along with me, and we'll catch him while he's still in his opium puffing.
Who'll we catch?
If we hurry, we'll catch him while he's still pie-eyed.
Who, boy, who?
He'll tell us what we needs to know. And won't that teach him for nice strangling me and hoisting me off me feet? Won't that teach him for singing with the angels when he ought to be a-screaming down in hell?
Who are you talking about?
Jasper, of course. Mr. Only Jasper.
I'll come with you.
Who are you?
I have no name, honoured sir.
What do people call you when they wish to speak of you?
I believe they call me Jack Chinaman.
Very well, then. Jack Chinaman. You know why I'm here.
No, worthy gentleman, I do not know why you are here. I keep my eyes open, you see, and I know you for one of those unfortunate and misguided people who favor the services of the harridan, Princess Puffer.
Yes, I did go there once or twice. What of it? She cheated me. Her mixture is not as potent as she claims. It is adulterated, I believe. I shall come to you in future. I learn by my mistakes.
Then you have achieved true wisdom. My daughter. She will see to your needs.
Does she have a name?
No, sir, she does not. We do not have names, and neither do our guests.
Well, that's a blessing.
Has the honorable gentleman a pistol about him, or a knife, or a cord, or any other means of injuring his honorable self? If so, with the honorable gentleman, please put them upon humble table there, until departure.
No. Well, there's quite an arsenal here. Bludgeons and knives aplenty. Who does this belong to?
Father has said we have no names here. You do not wish to leave anything?
No, I did not come armed.
Then please be so good as to follow me.
There! Door's shut and locked.
Could he be inside?
It ain't likely. The old woman's in business. If she's in, she's trading, so to speak. Why should she turn customers away?
All the same, I shall stay here a little longer.
Do as you please. I'll put it back to the commercial and watch from there.
Looking for old Princess Puffer. She ain't in tonight.
I know. What did you say? Another?
Yeah, there was a gentleman here half an hour ago.
A dark gentleman? With a moustache? Black neckcloth?
Yeah, that's the one. He was knocking and shouting at the door there like a madman.
Where did he go?
Oh, if he went where I told him to go, you'll find him at Jack Chinaman's.
Jack Chinaman's?
Doesn't taste right. It's not the right
All
mixture.
mixture's different, sir.
Something oppressive.
Jack Chinaman's own mixture, sir. Very popular.
Aye, gazing at me.
Please not to think bad thoughts. Smoke. Be patient. Beautiful dreams come soon. Sir, I warn you, most inadvisable to go now. Better to finish smoke and have long sleep.
No, I cannot. A mixture is not the mixture I'm used to. It's not good for me, do you hear? It makes me see things I do not want to see.
Honorable gentleman must pay if he wishes to leave.
What? Pay? Yeah. Take this. And this.
This is much money. You won't maybe come back later?
No, I am finished with it. It is no use to me anymore. No use.
Farewell, honored sir. Opium make respected gentlemen clumsy. Not good to run without first sleep.
I'll pick it all up. There.
1,000 pardons, honored sir. But was there not also knife on table with wavy blade, like snake? Very sharp?
I see none.
Nor I.
May I go?
Permission required to enter this place, not to leave it.
Farewell, then.
Farewell, honored sir.
See how I weep that did pursue his death. For now I see that greatness fell with him. Take up the course, you 5, I'll make a 6th. Let none show mirth at this day's enterprise. Dead march, curtain.
I must say, Crisparkle, that I'm extremely relieved that is over.
Why, I didn't think it was so bad. It was certainly...
I meant I was relieved no one had noticed the empty chair.
Someone has noticed it now.
What's that, Totter?
Look at the landless girl.
Helena?
Good heavens, yes.
She looks as if she's seen a ghost.
Banquo's ghost?
She can see something there, that's certain. Helena, my dear, what's the matter?
Don't you see him? Don't you see him sitting there covered in blood?
The play. It must have deranged her.
There's no one there, my dear.
There is! See how he looks at me. He looks to me for revenge.
Who, my dear child?
My brother. My twin.
My dear.
Neville! Neville! Neville!
Deputy! Where are you? Deputy! Hang up, boy. Why aren't you here to stone old Durdles home from work like you used? Oh, it's disloyalty. That's what it's called. This churchyard's awful quiet. Didn't Durdles always pay you? Didn't you always get your halfpenny? The trouble with giving a boy a halfpenny, someone will always come along and offer sixpence. But what happens when that fuzzy-wigged old buffer's gone away from here, eh? What'll you do then? Because Durdles won't take you back.
Durdles? Stony Durdles?
Who's that? By all that's holy.
What cause have you to come to my house in such a state, and sit on the step and wake me with your drunken chatter?
What do you mean, your house? This ain't your house. This house belongs to the late Mrs. Sapsey, it does, and there's writing here to prove it.
That's who I am. That's who I am.
Then you stay where you are and you go back to sleep and stop scaring the lights out of an honest workman going home weary after a day's toil.
You never did an honest day's work in your life, Daniel Durdles.
Here, you're not supposed to come out the door like that.
Why not? I could have walked through it if I'd a mind. And that's the least of the things I can do. I warn you. So you just show me some respect.
Certainly, Ma'am. Certainly.
You left a bottle in there with me. I suppose I'm fortunate you didn't leave your dinner bundle.
A bottle, did you say, Mum?
I did. It's still sitting there on the slab. How do you think I like that, when I never tasted strong liquor in my life?
So that's where it went. Well, Durdles will take it away. Promise, Mum. Only...
Always some excuse. Well, out with it, man.
I lost the key.
What?
Key to your house, your monument. Can't find it.
Then make another.
It's not so easy. Durdles will go in now and fetch it, if you like, while the door's open, so to speak.
No, you have had quite enough to drink already.
Oh.
I have a few other things to mention. Who put this writing on my house?
Durdles did, Ma'am. Durdles put it there. That'd be my duty as stonemason. But the words is by your husband.
What does that mean? Canst thou do likewise?
Oh.
If not, with a blush retire.
Blessed if Durdles knows, Marmee. Paid to chisel it there, not to understand it.
Oh. How is my saintly Tom Jackass these days?
Well, Ma'am, very well.
He would be. Now, there's another bone I must pick with you, Mr. Durdles. If you will excuse my turn of phrase.
Of course, Ma'am. Very apt in the circumstances.
My chief grievance is this. I have been intruded upon.
Worms, Ma'am?
I have been trespassed upon.
Dry rot, Ma'am, from the poor wood of the coffin.
By another, Mr. Durdles.
An old un crumbled away down below, Ma'am.
By a young un, Mr. Durdles. By a young un.
But who, Ma'am?
I have said enough. What would Mr. Sapsey say? Let me with a blush retire.
That was a dream. Or was it? How did she know about that damn bottle? You rest easy, Mrs. Sapsey. You'll have no cause to haunt me. Durdles will have this house of yours open and see what's amiss. Promise. Hope she believed me. Easy to promise a thing, but how to get inside? The door's too fine a thing to break down. Just have to find that key, wherever it is. Just have to find it. Deputy! Deputy!
Did I do right, Dick, to take Mr. Neville along with me?
You did right, Deputy. And you're quite sure that there was no one in at Princess Puffer's?
Yes, I listened at the door and peeked through the hole and tried the handle and banged a bit.
And so then you went away. You never waited in case our friend returned?
You lie! I go straight back to the commercial room and never leaves me window till it was light.
But Mr. Neville stayed.
Not for long he didn't, not with all that weather. It weren't minutes before I seed him hurry off like he was being washed away.
Anything else?
Yeah, your owes me.
Yes, of course. Oh, there's a shilling. Catch.
Anything else to do, Dick?
No, not for the moment. You can resume your duties with Mr. Durdles if you wish.
Actually, I don't wish, but I think I'll stone him all the same.
So, how is it with my neighbour now? How did he spend that dreadful night? Well, might not an idle buffer with nothing to occupy him but an amiable concern for those about him call upon his neighbour in a companionable way?
Is that you, Mrs. Tope?
No, sir. It is your neighbour, Datchery.
Ah. Has my playing disturbed you, sir?
Oh, by no means, by no means. I trust I am not intruding upon your work.
Oh, I was playing for my own pleasure, sir.
Excellent.
Will you not come in, sir? Take a glass of wine?
I am much obliged.
This way.
Oh, what a comfortable room you have. How neat everything is, and what beautiful chairs. And that is an excellent painting. Now, you are sure I am not interrupting your work?
No, not in the least, sir. I assure you that I had no intention of beginning upon it until next week. There's still some time before Miss Twinkleton's pupils return from their holidays.
Miss Twinkleton, did you say?
Yes, she's the principal of the seminary here. The nuns' house, you know. Apart from my duties at the cathedral, I give music lessons to the young ladies.
The seminary, of course. How foolish of me. Yes, I have seen some of the pupils, sir, those that did not go away, walking in the town. Oh, delightful creatures they are, to be sure. So gay and spring-like that they make the heart of an old buffer like myself turn somersaults. I envy you, Mr. Jasper, for it is always said that pupils are inclined to lose their hearts to their music master.
Well, that's as maybe... Here, let me pour you that glass of wine.
Oh, if you are quite sure my presence does not disturb you.
I will be frank with you, sir. I had intended to visit you today.
Indeed? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you.
Please. I am aware that I owe you an apology, sir. You visited me yesterday morning with the best of intentions, I'm sure, and... well, I received you gracelessly. I am prone to these sudden fits, you see, and when I am in the midst of such a seizure... I wish only for privacy.
I took no offence, I swear, neither I'm sure did Mrs. Tope. But it was natural for us to be concerned for your welfare.
I am truly grateful to you both. It is just that, well, living as I do entirely on my own, I find it a little surprising to discover myself to be of interest to others.
We are all one family, Mr. Jasper.
Quite so, quite so.
And not knowing, of course, that you were prone to these seizures, I had assumed that your state was somehow due to the contents of the letter which Mrs. Tope had brought to you.
Oh, no, not at all.
I thought it may have contained some news of that poor young man, and that he had been found in tragic circumstances, perhaps.
What young man?
Oh, your nephew, sir.
Oh, yes, of course, my nephew, my poor boy.
Who else could I have meant?
As you say, who else? I'm only surprised to find that you know about my loss.
Common knowledge, my dear Mr. Jasper, and common sympathy. One family, one family.
Yes.
So the letter did not concern Edwin Drood.
Well, would to God that it had, Mr. Datchery. I would give anything to know what has become of my poor boy since that terrible night.
Then it is not absolutely certain that he is dead?
Oh, yes, it is certain. I know it now. I believe that I knew it in my heart of hearts that very night. I believe that I was aware of the very moment when the breath left my poor boy's body. Can you believe in such a thing as that, Mr. Datchery?
Oh, yes. Yes, I have heard of instances of such awareness, Mr. Jasper. Often the stories concern twins or close relatives.
Yes. Edwin and I were more like brothers than uncle and nephew. But enough of such melancholy matters, for here, if I am not mistaken, is Mr. Crisparkle coming to call. Do you know our minor canon, Mr. Datchery?
We have a very slight acquaintance, sir, but I believe him to be a fine gentleman.
He's probably come on some cathedral business.
Oh, then I will leave you,
no,
sir.
No. This will give you an opportunity to know him better. Enter Crisparkle. Come in. Mr. Datchery is here. He said... What? What? Oh, what on earth's the matter, man?
I've come with some news. Grave news. The unfortunate young man is dead.
How? How is he dead? A seizure? An accident? Did he take his own life?
Oh, no, thank God, not that. But bad enough, he was murdered, Jasper.
Murdered? Where? Is anyone taken or suspected of the deed?
It was during the night. I was staying in Staple Inn with an old schoolfellow. Mm. We'd all been out for the evening, and when we returned, it was quite late, and he was gone. We thought that he'd gone on one of his long walks through the town and had taken shelter from the storm, but then at about 6 o'clock this morning, Mr. Redress received a message that the body of a young man had been found near the river, and that there were papers on him, letters, I believe, mentioning Mr. Redress's name. Well, although we feared at once that it must be poor Neville, we went with the messenger to make sure.
Neville?
Why, do you know the young man, sir?
No, not at all, no. I had thought you were speaking of Edwin Drood.
It was Neville Landless. I saw his body, Jasper. I do not think the sight will ever leave my memory.
Oh, come, sit down, Crisparkle. Have some wine.
Yes. You know, it was a strange thing, Jasper. But his sister had known that it had happened. Had known it many hours before.
Oh,
yes, thank you. I believe that is often so with twins.
Yes.
How exactly did the young man meet his end, Mr. Crisparkle?
Stabbed to the heart. Oh. The police inspector was of the opinion that it was the work of a Lascar seaman. He'd evidently recovered the weapon, which turned out to be of a type carried by such men. But there's little hope the culprit will ever be apprehended. He may well be on his way to China by now.
So it was robbery? He was struck down and robbed?
No, he was not robbed.
Oh?
Well, the inspector thinks the murderer must have been disturbed and had run off before he could take anything. Neville's possessions were still in his pockets. And in addition, Jasper, there was something that I wish with all my heart had not been there.
Mm-hmm. What was that, Mr. Crisparkle?
A ring.
Ring?
A gold ring with a rows of rubies and diamonds. It was a ring that Mr. Redress instantly recognised as being the very one he'd given to your nephew not long before he disappeared.
I knew of no such ring.
Well, nobody did but for those two. It was a ring, Jasper, of such meaning and importance to your nephew that Neville Landless could only have come by some violent act. I tell you this, Jasper, because, though it makes me wretched to do so, you have a right to know. Neville's possession of this ring forms the strongest evidence in support of your own suspicions that it was he who murdered Edwin Drood. I was mistaken in him. I ask your pardon for having opposed you for so long.
Dead? Did you say dead, sir?
I did, Mr. Honeythunder.
Why was I not told of this before?
I've tried to see you many times, Mr. Honeythunder, but you would not see me. I've written, but you've not replied to my letters.
I am a busy man, sir. I've received many letters. I can only deal with a very few myself.
Perhaps I should have enclosed a contribution.
If that remark was intended to be humorous, sir, I would remind you that I never see a joke.
It was no joke, Mr. Honeythunder.
So, my ward is dead, eh? How dead, may I ask? Why dead?
He was murdered.
Murdered? By whom? I demand to know.
It is thought by a Lascar sailor.
And is he taken up, this Lascar sailor? Is he apprehended?
No, sir, and not likely to be, I fear.
A Lascar sailor, eh? Such was the company the young ruffian kept, and he himself a suspected murderer. I do not think that his loss need engage our sympathies to any extent, nor be much deplored.
Is that all you have to say, sir? Have you no word of pity or compassion for his sister?
No, sir. When I washed my hands of that pair, I washed them clean. May I ask, Mr. Crisparkle, why you are smiling?
I was looking, sir, at the motto engraved above your head.
Come, all ye who labour and are heavy laden. Why, what's wrong with that?
I feel it to be incomplete, sir.
Indeed, sir? And how, pray, would you finish it?
Come, all ye who labour and are heavy laden, preferably with oxen and with cattle and with vineyards and with deeds and reversionary interest and anything readily convertible into cash, and you will be made welcome. No others need apply.
You are insolent, Mr. Crisparkle.
Then I have succeeded in my intent. Good morning, sir.
Men like Honeythunder are unapt subjects for eloquence, you know. It's not in their nature to change. Ah, poor Helena. She is disowned, then, along with her dead brother.
She is. Although I have another proposal to make regarding her future, which I should like to discuss with you as a friend.
Of course.
But now is not, I think, the time. Where is Miss Helena now?
Out on the balcony in Tartar's beanstalk land. She slept a little this morning, and I think is sleeping now.
Is all her talk of Neville still?
It is. She will not be coaxed into any other subject. He seems to possess her physically, and the likeness between them was never so pronounced in life.
She still maintains his innocence?
Yes. That is only natural, of course, but she proclaims it with such vehemence that it quite casts me down for believing otherwise, if only for a moment.
You too, Grewgious? You're still unsure?
Never more so.
Oh, I thought I heard voices. Good morning, Mr. Crisparkle.
Good morning, Miss Landless.
How long have I slept?
Just above an hour.
And where are the others?
Mr. Tartar has taken them to see his boat at Temple Stairs.
Mr. Tartar is the kindest of men.
Well, now you have other company, Miss Landless. I must go back to Staple Inn.
Oh, please, take this book back to Mr. Bazzard and thank him for the loan of it.
I shall.
Goodbye, Mr. Grewgious.
Goodbye, Crisparkle. Goodbye, my dear.
Was it of interest, the book that Bazzard lent?
I hardly looked at it. I couldn't. I'm aware how tedious I am in my unhappiness, but I cannot rid my soul of the dreadful things that have happened. Neville sits in my mind and in my heart and directs my thoughts and feelings constantly towards his fate and the redemption of his good name. Can you understand that?
Of course, dear Helena, of course, of course.
He did not do it. He did not do it, Mr. Crisparkle. I know he did not do it.
None of us can know what is hidden in another's heart.
Oh, you are so good and so just and so honest. But what you say isn't true, you know. Not always. Neville was my twin. I knew the very instant that he died. Don't you suppose I would have known if he had harboured so terrible a secret?
I cannot say.
Whatever was bad in him was bad in me, and would have found its echo, I swear.
And what was good?
He had much more of that than I. He had all that openness and honesty of feeling that I have learnt to hide. He was a free spirit. And I am in chains. I cannot even weep and tear my hair with grief as he would have done. It would have been 1,000 times better if I had died and he had lived.
Better? For whom?
There now, Miss Black. Take my hand. That's the ticket. Now, be careful now. Done like a young tar. Come now, you too, Miss Twinkleton. There we are.
What of that rope that holds us fast and apart, and we should float away, Mr. Tartar?
Well, I should hoist the black flag which I keep hidden away, Miss Rosa, and we shall put to sea as the fiercest pirates on the seven seas. Now, come now, I'll show you the galley. Down these steps here. It's best to hold on to the rails, so...
Why, it's all so neat, Mr. Tartar. This is no pirate ship, I'll be sworn. It's as clean and bright as a little country cottage.
A magic cottage, Miss Budd. For you can open the door one day and see China, and on another, snap, there will be Egypt, conjured up out of the sea with all its Cheopses and Sphinxes and pyramids.
Pyramids? Where will you keep your ship, Mr. Tartar, when you leave London?
I was thinking of somewhere near Portsmouth, Miss Budd. I have friends there who are still in the service. Do you know Portsmouth?
No, but I've read about it, of course.
Of course.
It is one of the prettiest places in England, I believe.
Yes, to some it is.
Why is she called Lady Amelia, Mr. Tartar? Were you acquainted with a noblewoman of that name?
No, Miss Twinkleton. I inherited the name along with the yacht. It has occurred to me often to change it, but have hesitated for lack of a suitable alternative.
Yes, I can see it must be a difficult and serious matter.
Is it not unlucky to change the name?
No more for a ship than a woman. And now I come to think of it, there is a name which will suit my little vessel like a coat of fresh paint.
What's that, Mr. Tartar?
The Rosa Budd. Ooh. Isn't that perfect? I shall have it painted on her this very day. That is, if you would not take it at all amiss, Miss Budd.
On the contrary, Lieutenant Tartar, I would be honoured. Where's Helena? She must be the first to know that I'm to have a fine boat named after me. Helena!
Hush, girl. Perhaps she's asleep.
Oh, she's not here. Shall I look on the balcony?
Oh, no. Huh? That would not be fitting. I will go.
When you were moored at Plymouth, Mr. Tartar, shall I be invited to see the Rosa Budd now and again?
It will be your duty as First Lady of the Admiralty.
Miss Twinkleton.
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Twinkleton?
I saw. Oh.
Landless.
No. It's Helena. Helena, what have you done?
When we were children, Neville and I, and were trying to escape from great cruelty, I cut off my hair and dressed as a boy. And passed as one. Why should I not do so now? Surely there's nothing strange in that.
There is.
Why, Miss Twinkleton?
Because you are Helena, my dear. Because you are Helena.
No, Miss Twinkleton. I am Neville. I am Neville Landless.
In A Performance, the fourth part of The Mystery of Edwin Drood by Charles Dickens, completed by Leon Garfield, Ian Holm was John Jasper and John Moffat Dick Datchery. Crisparkle was played by Gareth Thomas, Rosa by Moya Leslie, Neville by Simon Treves, Helena by Helena Breck, and Grujus by John Gabriel. Sapsea was Timothy Bateson, Tartar Michael Cochrane, Durdles Gordon Gostilow, Deputy Susan Sheridan, Princess Puffer Mary Wimbush, Miss Twinkleton Margaret Courtney, Bazard John Sampson, the Ghost of Mrs. Sapsea Madeline Smith, Jack Chinaman Bert Kwok, the Chinese Girl Noriko Aida, Ma Crisparkle Hilda Kreisman, Mrs. Tope Anna Cropper, Honey Thunder David King, Jumping Crow David Googe, and Mrs. Chopper Joe Kendall. The pianist was Nicholas Cock. The sound balance was by Dave Johnston, and the production assistant was Joe Hill. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was dramatized for radio by David Buck and directed by Gordon House.
I'd no idea you were here. It's weeks since I've seen you.
Oh, too long, my dear Harry.
I didn't notice you come in.
I called on Mr. Grewgious yesterday evening. We've been talking all night.
About the case? The Drood case?
Yes.
Mr. Grewgious never mentions it to me now. I wasn't even sure that there was still a case to pursue. Wasn't the evidence against poor Mr. Neville conclusive, then?
Too conclusive, Harry. It answers the main question, but none of the small ones. Your employer will not be satisfied, and neither will I, until we have found Drood, dead or alive. And to that end I must remain in Cloisterham a little longer yet.
Mr. Grewgious has behaved most strangely to me since the reading of the Thorn. It's almost as if he believes me in some way responsible for Mr. Neville's murder.
Oh, nonsense, Harry. Indeed, he has often said to me how much he had admired the performance.
Mr. Grewgious said that?
He did. Upon my word, Harry, I am only sorry I was unable to be present myself. Now tell me, was the admiration general?
Yes.
You sound uncertain.
Oh, there was a good deal of clapping, you know, and bravos and that sort of thing, but I doubt if 1 in 100 really understood it.
1 in 100? Well, how many were present then?
15 or 16.
Oh.
Not that one could have expected complete understanding at a first hearing, but they were certainly engrossed, Dick. One could see that they felt it. And the effect of the thunderstorm flashing and banging outside was really tremendous. The elements, you know, always help. And then that scream, right at the end. Wonderful.
I don't recall your having a scream at the end, Harry.
It wasn't in the play. It was Miss Landless. She screamed out quite suddenly. There was an empty chair, and she thought she saw her brother sitting in it, covered with blood. I don't know how there came to be an empty chair.
She is a twin, is she not? Her brother's twin.
Yes. Astonishing resemblance. Will you stay here to luncheon?
No, not today.
Are you returning directly to Cloisterham, then?
Later, Harry. First, I have a mind to pay a visit to my old rooms in Drury Lane.
You've kept them on?
Well, there's nowhere else I can put my collection. And besides, I don't think Mrs. McSiddons would ever allow me to leave.
Oh, Dick! Oh, Dick!
Mrs. McSiddons.
You are come home at last.
I happened to be in London, Mrs. McSiddons, so I took it into my head to look in upon you.
Oh, Dick, you're always welcome here, as you must know.
Yes.
Oi, you in there! You are not deceiving me for a minute. Not for a minute. Do you hear? No idea, Dick. You really can't have any idea what it's like with a whole house full of them trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Oh, come upstairs, do. Oh, and such bad performers, too. Why, Dick, as we both knows, they wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes in the old days. I can hear you in there! There, Dick. Just like you've never been away. I kept all the frames on the playbills well dusted, and nothing's been put out of order. Now, there's the early ones, with your name in small print at the bottom.
Among the wines and spirits.
And is your name quite large? Here, where you had your big triumph
As the porter in Macbeth.
Oh, there were folks in those days who thought that was your name and called you Mr. Porter. Oh, but it was a truly wonderful performance, Dick.
Oh, and here are my wigs, all neatly boxed. Oh, and the sword from Julius Caesar.
And I expect there'll be a new item for your museum in a little while, eh?
I certainly hope so, ma'am.
What will it be, eh? A bludgeon, a meat chopper, a horrible spike?
I rather fancy it will be a key, ma'am. Or maybe a key and a ring.
Oh, a ring, Dick. Oh, what manner of ring?
Your gold ring with a rows of rubies and diamonds.
Oh, that'll be handsome. Well, what will you do with it? A shelf ain't really the place for a valuable ring, you know. A ring needs a pretty finger to put it on.
Yeah. Well, perhaps it will be just the key and not the ring.
Oh. Tell me about him, Dick. The one you're out to catch.
He's a musical gentleman with a fine voice who sings in church and leads the choir.
You catch him, Dick, I know it. Then he'll sing another tune, eh? And it's murder, is it? Tell me it's murder.
Murder most foul, as in the best it is.
Blood, was there?
Inasmuch as it is thicker than water.
A relative?
An uncle.
Like an Hamlet, eh?
Exactly so, ma'am.
The key and the ring. Tell me about them, Dick.
The ring proves nothing, or at best a lie, but the key, ma'am, the key...
Do you have it, Dick?
No.
How do you know it's missing, then?
Deputy told me.
Who's he when he's at home?
The second grave digger.
Hamlet again. Well, you'll find it, I'm sure.
Not I, ma'am, not I. Were I to find it, it would mean no more than the ring. No, the uncle must find it himself.
Then you'll make him, Dick.
Yes, but how? How can he be made to betray himself?
Whisper in his ear. Put poison in his dreams.
Why should he betray himself when the ring has acquitted him? For what reason should he disturb the dead?
You know Dick, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. You already knows a way, don't you?
I believe I do.
Something I said.
No, something I heard this morning, something Bazzard said.
How then, Dick? Won't you give me a hint?
Yes, I will give you a hint, ma'am. And you may puzzle it out.
Tell me.
My hint is this. The play's the thing.
Although I am naturally curious, Mr. Datchery, to know what you have been talking about with Miss Landless, I will not ask you.
Thank you, Miss Twinkleton. Though I am sure the girls themselves have worked out a reason why I have been closeted with her for so long.
But they believe you are a rich admirer who wishes to marry her. One of them heard you mentioning the cathedral, Mr. Jasper, and a ring.
Indeed, we did discuss those things.
Mr. Crisparkle informs me that you are acquainted with Mr. Grewgious.
Mm-hmm.
So I conclude that your interview concerned some business of his.
Quite correct, ma'am.
You have known Mr. Grewgious for some time?
3 or 4 years, ma'am.
A very agreeable gentleman. Though quiet, of course, and settled in his ways. But then one supposes that gentlemen who have remained unmarried often are. Have you visited our theatre? Of course, it's quite small and humble, but...
Oh, the theatre, the theatre.
Do I take it, Mr. Datchery, that you have been a great admirer of the play?
You may take it so, ma'am.
I too. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there in the name of Beelzebub?
Huh?
Who's there? Come, Mr. Datchery. Who's there?
In the other devil's name.
Bravo, bravo.
Faith, here's an equivocator that could swear in both the scales against either scale, who committed treason enough for God's sake, yet could not
equivocate
to heaven. Oh, come in, come in.
Come in, equivocator. I thought it was you when I first saw you. Then I heard your voice, and I knew it for certain.
And I knew at once. For you, at least, have not changed.
Not in 15 years.
Oh, it's surely not 15 years.
Since that season at the Wells. Since that season when you were so wonderful, Mr. Porter, and you gave us all such joy. It is 15 years.
Is it 15 years since we used to meet in the pantas
and drive that little coach to Eridge and dine at the Crest and Gun? It is 15 years. Dear Mr. Porter. Or was it not Armitage then?
Armitage then, but Datchery now.
Oh.
And were you not Miss Augusta then?
Miss Augusta then, and Miss Augusta now.
It's true, you know. You have not changed.
Nor you. Very much.
When did you come to Cloisterham? You lived, as I recall, in Tunbridge Wells.
That was 15 years ago. And you, too, as I remember, expressed a wish to live in Tunbridge Wells.
15 years ago.
And now you are no longer on the stage.
All the world's a stage, Miss Twinkleton.
Then what part do you play now?
I fear me the slippered pantaloon.
Not you, Mr. Armitage. And where do you reside? In Cloisterham?
In the gatehouse by the cathedral.
So you still keep the door, Mr. Porter?
If a man were porter of Hell Gate, he should have old, turning...
Key?
The key.
There's a bad note here in your piano, Jasper.
What did you say, Mr. Sapsey?
I said there's a bad note here. I think you got something inside here blocking the hammer.
Oh! Forgive me, sir, but I simply cannot bear people interfering with my pianoforte. A foolish insistence, I know, but I must ask you to leave it alone.
Very well. You should have the thing seen to, you know.
Yes, I mean to. Now, please, take a glass of wine, sir.
Thank you.
There. Now, how may I be of assistance to you,
Since we last conversed upon the subject of my intention to marry, I've made certain changes at the mayoral residence to make it more pleasing to a young girl's eye. I've had new curtains hung in the principal bedroom, and I have purchased, at the sale of a noble lady's property, an elegant sewing cabinet. Nor has my personal appearance been ignored. Have you noticed the canary waistcoat?
Yes, I have.
You should dress up a little, you know. Think about getting yourself a wife.
Some more wine, sir?
Certainly. Shall we drink a toast?
Oh, by all means. Whom shall we pledge?
Who but Miss Rosa Budd? And now, while we are upon the subject, there is a small matter on which I would like your opinion. Here, look at this, if you will.
What is it?
It's a snuff box. Indian work, I fancy. A love gift which has been in my family for several generations, passed from hand to love in hand. Open it up, sir. Do you see the inscription? I had it engraved this morning.
Well, no, I can't quite...
Well, take it over to the light, sir. Read it aloud.
Yes. Rosa Sapsey, wife to Thomas, Mayor of Cloisterham, may the candle of love never be snuffed out.
Do you like the play upon words, sir? A humorous device. A pun, if you like. Snuff box, you see, and snuffers for candles, eh? Do you think it apt, sir?
No.
I beg your pardon?
It cannot be, Mr. Sapsey.
Cannot be? What do you mean, cannot be? I don't understand you, sir. The box is already engraved.
I do not mean the snuff box, Mr. Sapsey. I mean that Miss Rosa Budd cannot be your wife.
Not be my wife? Pray explain yourself, sir. Make yourself plain.
I cannot be plainer than I had been, Mr. Sapsey. What you have proposed is impossible. Miss Budd shall not be your wife. Please do not ask me to say more. It would be painful to both of us.
I understood the matter was as good as settled. Shall not be my wife, you say? Why shall she not? What reason is there? Is she not unmarried? Does she not have a modest portion? Does she not desire the hand and heart of a superior man? And what about this snuff box? It is engraved, sir. Engraved!
There is no more to be said, sir!
Yes, I understand. I am a sensible enough man to realise that some unforeseen impediment has been found to the match. No. I do not wish to know what it is. I do not wish to know if it is because some newly discovered stain upon the young lady's birth precludes her forever from becoming the second Mrs. Sapsea. Phew. I accept, sir, that something of the kind has happened, and I respect your delicacy in refraining from making it common knowledge. Yes, if I might have appeared a little agitated, it was only because I was quite naturally put out. I have, after all, made preparations. This snuff-box, the metal is rather thin. I do not think it'll stand another erasure. Still, the fact is, it is not an uncommon name. Rosa? Surely it is possible that among Miss Twinkleton's young ladies there's Why? What on earth are you staring at, Jasper?
Look there. There, in the shadow of the gatehouse.
Well?
What do you see?
A slim, dark-haired young man. He's a loafer. There, see, he's walking off.
Did you see his face?
Not clearly. Why, Jasper, was it someone you knew?
I thought it was...
Who?
That's impossible. He's dead.
Oh, your nephew?
No, not he. Not Ned.
We can't have you seeing ghosts, you know.
Ghost?
Besides, I saw him too. He was solid enough. He walked through no wall.
Perhaps it never happened.
What did you say?
Like a dream. The nightmare ends, and none of it has happened.
You're pale as a sheet, man. Here, take some more wine.
None of it has happened.
Well, what's he doing?
Just staring out. He don't look at all well. Mr. Sapsea's not at the window anymore.
Miss Helena, you're sure he didn't see you? Sapsea?
Quite sure. I turned away in time.
Mr. Jasper's drinking something now.
See how he swills his draught of Rhenish down.
Eh? What's that, Mr. Dick?
The play. The play is the thing. Soon we shall see if the mousetrap succeeds as well in life as in the drama.
Shall you need me further, Mr. Datchery?
Oh, yes, indeed, Miss Helena, ma'am. Or rather, Mr. Neville, sir. Our performance has only just begun. Our quarry must be dogged, pursued, confronted at every corner, anticipated in every street, till he has seen or believes he has seen you 12 times.
No witty warnings for Mr. Jasper.
None. Our sweet-tongued music master must be so confused by the end of the day that when I lie in wait for him tonight with Deputy here, he will lead us directly to... Oh, no, but I anticipate myself. Worse, I anticipate success. Always a little unwise. Success is a benediction, a dove which must be coaxed from the skies and encouraged to settle gently upon one's shoulder. It must not be beaten out of cover and hunted down like a game bird. But Jasper is another matter.
I am quite recovered now, Mr. Sapsea.
I'm glad of it, sir. I feared for your health. There are not so many men of taste and discrimination in Cloisterham that we can afford to spare one. Look to yourself, Jasper.
I am grateful to you. Now, if you will excuse me, I think I must be by myself for a while and rest.
I will excuse you, sir. In fact, I insist upon it. I shall call upon you tomorrow to conclude our discussion.
Discussion?
Poor fellow. That turn you had has quite put it out of your head. The snuff-box, sir. The matter of the snuff-box.
The snuff-box, of course. Well, good day to you, sir.
Good day, Jasper.
Now, the key. The key. Ah! A key for eternity. Or so I thought, but perhaps I never used it. Perhaps it was all a dream. Nothing happened.
Again, when the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness...
But I have done nothing.
The wickedness he has committed...
The young man is alive. I've seen him 12 times.
And doeth that which is lawful and right...
Then if one young man is alive... so may the other be.
He saveth his soul alive.
Alive. My dear Ned, alive.
You're looking much better now, Mr. Jasper. You have quite a colour.
Thank you, Mrs. Tope. Did I not see you at the service this evening?
I was there.
Did you notice anything unusual?
The choir sang beautifully, sir. There's nothing unusual in that.
No. In the congregation, did you not see a slim young man, a dark-haired young man, sitting apart from all the others?
I can't say I did, sir. I was listening to the words.
The words?
Mr. Crisparkle has a fine voice. I swear you could hear him from the churchyard.
Indeed.
Good night, Mr. Jasper.
Good night. Good night, and thank you. Churchyard. Yes. You, Neville Landless, speak to me. Why do you not speak? We were friends, weren't we? We are friends. Speak to me! All shall be well, I swear. You see this key? This key shall make all well. We three shall meet again, you and me and dear Ned, as we met that merry Christmas Eve. Speak to me, please!
We have him now.
I think so, Mr. Dick.
Smiling, damned villain. Hey, Mr. Crisparkle.
I tell you in all truth, Mr. Datchery, I can hardly believe the evidence of my ears.
Miss Helena's safely away, sir.
Are you safe, girl? Did he try to harm you?
No. He simply looked at me. Such a look.
Well, your part. And here is Mr. Crisparkle to look after you.
Septimus.
Helena, dear Helena. He's going out. Mr. Jasper's going out now.
Excellent. Miss Helena, we can safely leave you in this reverend gentleman's care, I think. I and this young imp must take the short way to the churchyard, where 2 constables already lie in wait. Excuse me, please, but having set this drama in motion, it would be a grave disappointment for me to miss the denouement.
I saw him. Nothing has happened. And if nothing happened, then that never happened. It was a dream. All a dream. I never covered him in quicklime and buried him... Where? Yes. Ethelinda, wife of Thomas Sapsey. The key. Yes, I thought it the key to hell. But it is not. It is the key to heaven. It has all been a dream. Do not the poets write of the purity of the grave, the heady odour of sweet ointments, the warm, spiced fragrance of the tomb? They lie. Naught but corruption. Edwin? You see? He's not here. All a dream. All a dream. Nothing happened. Nobody here but Ethelinda, wife of Thomas Sapsey. And what's that on the floor? Glowing white, staring at me with hollow eyes. Dark neckcloth at its throat, grinning at me with little beads for teeth.
John Jasper.
It was not a dream.
Constable, that pitiful object on the floor there. Identify it, if you please.
The body of a young man. Buried in quicklime.
Has it lain there long, would you say?
Not above a year.
Is enough left to identify?
Quite enough, sir.
John Jasper, I arrest you for the murder of your nephew Edwin Drood. Do your office, Constable.
Sir.
Not a dream. Everything happened.
Come and rest, Sept. You have other responsibilities, you know, besides Miss Landless.
It's you who must rest, Ma.
May I come in?
Miss Rosa.
Oh, come in, come in.
Now, Ma, please go and lie down. I insist.
Very well, dear.
How pale she looks. You love her, do you not?
I do.
Will you marry her?
If she'll have me. And you? Are you to be the bride of the brave lieutenant?
I am. How strangely things turn out. How unexpected life is.
Indeed. Before this I had thought Helena to be so strong, and you, her friend, so delicate. And yet it is you who weather the storm with a greater ease, for when the wind blows you will bend, while Helena is like to break.
Mr. Crisparkle, you are strong enough, I think, to stand between Helena and that wind when it blows.
Remarkable achievement, Mr. Datchery. You're to be congratulated, sir, and I do congratulate you. You must be very pleased.
Kind words, Mr. Grewgious.
I take it, sir, that your slight gloom, if I may call it such, is due to a lack of sleep.
It is.
I hope with all my heart that you sleep well tonight.
There is a positive likelihood, sir.
So, all is in hand. You are certain of the witnesses?
I am certain.
And the evidence?
Is strong.
Could not a clever lawyer attach other meanings?
I do not think so.
And Miss Landless, it must all have been a great strain upon her.
Oh, she is in excellent hands. None could be kinder than Mr. Crisparkle or his mother, and your ward, Miss Budd, never leaves her side. Miss Twinkleton, too, is very attentive.
A doctor. Has she a doctor?
Indeed she has. But, as it says in the play, sir, more needs she the divine than the physician. If she is to recover completely, it will be because of the reverend gentleman.
You're a shrewd fellow, Mr. Datchery. Come, sir. Allow me to refill your glass.
Thank you, sir, but no. I must be upon my way.
Wait. Mr. Bazard has told me that you have quite a collection of articles representing your triumphs. I would like, if I may, to add to that collection. I would be obliged, sir, if you would accept this. It is the rose ring which has figured so largely in these tragic events.
Oh, no, Mr.
It's not of any great value. There is no cause for you to feel reluctant. Pray take it, Mr. Datchery. Pray oblige me and accept it.
Well, to oblige you, sir. Thank you. And now I must go. Good day to you, Mr. Grewgious.
Good day. Now it is done. At last, it is out of my hand.
Why, Dick, you're back.
Ah.
You're back to stay.
Well,
I can see it in your face. Oh, there's a fire laid, and I shall fetch your supper straight away. Oh, I can hardly wait, Dick, to hear you tell of how it went. Did you get the key, Dick, to hang on the wall?
Not yet, ma'am. It must be shown in evidence, but I have the ring. You remember the ring?
Oh, yes.
Here it is.
Oh, Dick, it's pretty. Oh, look at all them little rubies and diamonds. It shall go on the wall, next to the ring you wore as player king. I've got some vella that'll show it up nice in a gilt frame. Oh, Dick, it's
That's real handsome.
Keep it, ma'am. Keep it for yourself.
Oh, Dick. Oh, Dick.
Now, please, Mrs. McSiddons, think nothing of it. It is a gift, no more.
Oh, Dick. Oh,
a
Lord.
gesture. Now, please, read nothing more into it than that, ma'am, I beg.
Oh,
Mrs. McSiddons, please.
John Jasper. Hanging is too good for him. To think that I elevated him, raised him to be a friend, nourished him in my very bosom. This viper. And see how he has repaid me. He has made me look foolish. Me! No, don't deny it, Durdles. What? He has made fools of all of us. Are you not ashamed that you were so easily taken in by the man? You allowed him to steal a key from you, a key that was your sacred trust. To say nothing of 500 weight of quicklime. My poor wife's tomb is foully desecrated, and I have not forgotten that a bottle of strong liquor was also found within its confines. Well, what have you to say?
Durdles said all he had to say before judge and jury in Maidstone last week, Mr. Sapsey. Besides a query arising that Durdles may have took the oath upon his dinner bundle, accidental-like, instead of on a holy book, Durdles spoke in the hearing of his Maker. There's nothing more to tell you, Mr. Sapsey, that is withheld from him, and that's a fact.
Viper. It's a sorry affair, to be sure. Poor Ethelinda. I will not hide it from you, Durdles, but the blow has struck deep.
It's a small matter of 18 inches, sir.
Eh?
Don't you fret yourself, Mr. Sapsey. If Durdles bricks it over, it'll come out as good as new.
Monster. Scoundrel.
Viper.
How cunningly he knew where to strike. Not at my life, Durdles. My life, I might say, is invulnerable. But my dead, Durdles, my dead is weak. He has struck at my dead. Hanging is too good for the man.
John Jasper, you have been found guilty of murder by a jury of your peers. Have you any reason why sentence of death should not be passed upon you?
Must be a dream.
Speak up.
Dream.
What does he say?
I cannot tell, my lad.
John Jasper, it is the sentence of this court that you be taken hence to the place from which you have come, and thence to a place of lawful execution, and there be hanged by the neck until you be dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
It is not your place to go, Sept. It is for the prison chaplain, dear.
Yes, Ma, you're right.
It is not your duty to go.
No, Ma, it's neither my place nor my duty.
It is not as if he was a close friend.
No, Ma, he was never a close friend.
It was very wrong of him to ask to see you. He had no right to ask you, dear.
No, Ma, he had no right. Yet I must go. You know I must.
I don't know anything of the kind. Really, I don't.
I'll be back tomorrow when it's all over. Look after Helena, Ma.
Why should you walk there? It's 9 miles to Maidstone.
It's 13 miles by the way I shall go, through brook and through bramble.
Oh, Sept, why?
I don't know. Perhaps I need some outward pain to distract me from my task.
You fear what he will say.
I fear it, Ma.
Mr. Crisparkle, isn't it? Yes. Good evening, sir. You are expected. No need to be distressed. You'll find Mr. Jasper in excellent spirits, really quite like you and me. If you'll follow me, sir.
Yes, of course.
This way, along the passage. He had a pain the other day, sir, in his back. We had a doctor, of course, who prescribed physic, which we are happy to say did a little good. But, of course, such things take time.
Yes, indeed.
The doctor was of the opinion that Mr. Jasper needed, above all things, to be taken out of himself. Here we are, sir. As I said, sir, you will find him in good spirits, only he has 1 or 2 odd habits that you mustn't mind. We don't mention them, you understand. We don't like to. And sometimes he mixes up words, but I'm sure an educated gentleman like yourself will soon get the sense of it. My colleague or myself will peep in from time to time to see if you require anything, but there is refreshment within. There is a bottle or two, sir, if you indulge. Why not, eh, sir? Bad for the liver, but good for the head.
In come.
There. You see what I mean? He really meant to say, come in, but you'll soon get the hang of it.
The Reverend gentleman from Cloisterham has come to see you, Mr. Jasper, sir.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Crisparkle. This is extremely good of you. I do appreciate your kindness.
Well, I'll be off then, Mr. Jasper, sir.
Yes, thank you, Warder.
We have not met for some time, Mr. Crisparkle. It is longer still since we have talked. Please sit down. That book there, I have been reading, you see. Morning Prayer. When the wicked man turneth away. 46,800, I think. What was I saying?
That you were reading the morning prayer.
Oh, so I was. It says here, when the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness.
That he has committed and doeth that which is lawful and right.
Yes. He shall live his soul a safe. I know. It is about the wicked man that we must speak. You and I, my dear Crisparkle, must think about him. We must do what we can for him. 46,690.
Beg your pardon?
Is it who?
I said there was refreshment, sir. Bad for the liver, but good for the head, as they say.
Thank you, Warder.
Oh, thank you, sir.
We must do what we can for the wicked man.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Crisparkle. This is kind of you. I spill it, you know. That is why they take it away. I believe also that they fear I might break a glass and cut myself. What is the matter?
Your glass, Jasper. It's for putting to the lips of the ear.
Oh, of course. Mullish a fee.
The wicked man. What of him?
The wicked man. The rubble is, Crisparkle, the trouble is that he has not turned away from his wickedness. Not away.
No?
No. I've done what I can, but I'm at my wit's end. I do not know what to do. Really, I want to do what? Oh, my friend, I have tried. But the wretched fellow, the wretched fellow...
The lips, Jasper.
Oh, yes. The lips. He has always been the same, even when we were children. He used to tell me of the wild and terrible things he wanted to do. I said nothing because he was a child and I hoped that it would pass, but it never did. And the more I tried to turn away from him, to show him my disgust, the more frightful became the things he talked about. Oh, yes, he was talented. So very talented. He had a better voice than mine, you know. He might have done great things, composed great anthems to the glory of God. But no, he only had eyes for the demons that were carved under the seats of the choir. Wretched fellow, but what could I do? I tried. I never stopped trying. I went with him even to those places of infamy that he delighted in, those fearful smoking dens. He laughed in my face. I warned him that I would speak with the dean about him, that I would see that he was dismissed from the cathedral, but, oh, of course he knew that I wouldn't. 45,852.
Why do you...
I had thought, Purple Chris, really hoped that someone might bring him to his senses. I thought that Rosa might. Dear lovely Rosa. But he spoke of her in such terms expressed such wild desires that I was forced to clap my hands to my ears. You know, he said he loved her. Love. What was love to him? I remembered how he had talked of it when we were children. It was monstrous. I warned him that she was destined for my nephew, Ned. I told him that she would spit on him if she knew an inkling of what he had said. I told him that Ned would thrash him with a whip. I told him all this. His only answer was, then kill Ned. He planned it weeks and weeks before he did it, you know. Nothing I could say would make him change his mind. Wretched fellow, wretched fellow. Poor Ned came back and went walking with Neville landless late upon that dreadful Christmas Eve. He returned alone. The sight of the storm had elated him. Yes, he talked a little wildly of Rosa and showed the ring. We drank, but perhaps too much. And I proposed a walk outside in the wild wind to clear our heads. He took advantage of it. He had always intended to use the monument. He had the key with him all the time. He waited until we were quite near to the place, for why not get Ned to walk to his own grave? I could say nothing. He was so swift. He strangled my boy with a black scarf even as I watched. So quick, scarcely a struggle, scarcely a gasp. Dead. I shrank from him in horror. This he had come to. Murder! I vowed I would never speak to him again. For answer, he wrote in my diary that Neville had done it. That Neville must be punished. He believed it too. For he hunted him down.
My dear Jasper. Why did you not speak to someone of him?
How could I? How could I? Every time he swore to me that if I held my tongue, he would repent. Is it not said that he who converts a sinner shall save his soul? So what could I do? I mean, even at the trial I said nothing, for he promised that if I did not betray him, he would repent. I tried. Oh, I tried so hard to save that soul. But it's no good. It is damned. He has not turned away from his wickedness. I know it. He's told me. So what is to be done? What is to be done with him now? How can we help him? What can we do for him, my friend?
Jasper, are you all right?
Oh, God, the wine is everywhere. The book. Is the book spoiled?
No.
What is it? What do you read there?
To the Lord our God belong mercies and forgivenesses.
I know. Yes, I know. And the kingdom of heaven is at hand. 42,250. Shall I tell you what he says about the kingdom of heaven? Hearsay, my dear fellow. Hearsay. Always hearsay. But never there say. Now, what can be done with a wretched fellow like that?
I'll tell you what can be done. I will read to you and to him. I will talk to you and to him. We will succeed, you and I.
But there is so little time, Crisparkle. So little time. I'm frightened to go with him, you know. I'm frightened that even then he will not turn away.
I will go with him. We will go together. I promise you that.
Oh, the wretched fellow.
Let me read to you. The 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures.
Well, sir, have you seen all you want to see?
Yes, thank you, Warder.
He looks very well, don't you think? Considering.
11 stone, 3 pounds.
Beg your pardon, sir? Oh, of course, I was forgetting. You have your sums to do. Well, I shan't disturb you. Do you predict a fine day for it? Oh, there, never mind me. I'm always asking questions out of turn. Just because a man can size another up and judge his weight to the nearest pound don't mean to say he's an expert when it comes to the weather or other matters, eh?
It'll be a fine morning, never fear.
Mrs. Crisparkle?
Yes, my dear?
I feel much better.
Oh, good.
Where is Septimus?
He's been away for the night, my dear, but he'll be back directly.
Oh, I should like to see him. How clear the day seems. I feel as if I have carried a heavy load for many weeks, but that now its weight is no longer a burden.
You look much better, it's true, but please, Miss Landless, don't get out of bed. Not yet. Not until you've seen the doctor.
Very well. What time is it?
The time? It's almost 9.
Good morning, Mr. Jasper. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Was the wine to your liking? Bad for the liver, but good for the head, they say. There's quite a nip in the air. I think if one is to venture out of doors, one should wrap up warm.
247.
A glass of brandy, sir?
Who is that man there? I've not seen him before.
He's a gentleman from Gravesend, sir. No concern of yours, I assure you.
219?
Your cravat, sir. No, I cannot imagine what has become of it. But no matter, sir. If you button up your coat, it will not be noticed. Well, sir, may I wish you all the best?
Thank you.
There's really nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Oh, your cufflinks and your watch. That's very kind of you, sir. Very kind indeed.
Let me see that watch again. 170. Quite correct. Thank you, Warder.
Thank you, sir. This way.
$157.
See? It's quite a nice morning. Fair-sized crowd gathered for you, sir. There's always a good proportion of women present, but it's a handsome fellow like yourself.
Steps, John. Shall I help you up the steps, my friend?
Thank you. Thank you. It's kind of you. I do seem to stumble a little. It's 100, isn't it? No. 19. No, I've lost count. It's 60. No, God, even as I think it is going. How long? How long?
Come, friend. Let me help you into this. A simple harness of straps and buckles. My own invention. It won't chafe. It won't cause no inconvenience at all.
Someone should be here. Crisparkle, he's turned away. I know he has turned away.
Now, don't bite while I slips it on, eh? His soul shall be saved alive. Now, just this blindfold and we're done.
Hide thy face from my sins, O Lord, and blot out mine iniquities.
Now, friend, quite still, if you please.
Crisparkle, he is here. He is here beside me. He is turning his head. Not away, but towards me. And he is weeping. Weeping.
May God have mercy on your souls.
Take my hand, brother. Do not weep. Gain strength from me. We travel this path together.
3, 2, 1.
For this fine bird, Miss Rosa and gentlemen all, for this monstrous, bloated fowl, so much enjoyed, we must give thanks to Mr. Bazzard's father, who, if it is necessary to remind you, is a farmer in the county of Norfolk.
Bravo,
Thanks to Mr. Bazzard's father.
And thanks to Mr. Bazzard.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
said,
you
Miss
very
Rosa. Mr. Tartar, you have got yourself a rare pearl. And you did not even have to leave these shores to find it, and secured with such dispatch. Oh, I admire that in a man. If I had acted with more dispatch, when was it? 20 years ago. How different the story would have been. But I digress. Forgive the musings of an angular personage whose cup is full of joy and gratitude.
I hear you, sir, and I pledge you.
I wish that Helena could have been with us.
So do I, Miss Rosa. But our consolation must be this, that she could not be in better hands.
My dear one saved Mr. Crisparkle's life, you know, when they were boys.
I think that everyone knows that story, Rosie.
In saving his life, you also saved hers, you know.
You also saved a soul, for I believe that Crisparkle put Jasper at peace with his maker before he died.
Oh, he confessed then, Mr. Grigis?
As far as he was able. The divided man betrays himself. He has no choice.
Poor, tortured soul.
A paradox indeed, that you should feel for such a creature, Miss Rosa. But the whole business has been stuffed as full of paradoxes as that bird there is stuffed with chestnuts. The greatest paradox of all sits at my right hand. Dick Datchery, detective. Richard Armitage, actor, who would have been guest of honour here this evening had not Miss Rosa and Lieutenant Tartar claimed the privilege of youth.
Dick Datchery.
Richard Armitage.
Speech! Miss Rosa, you gentlemen, my heart is full, but I am hardly worth a toast, you know, much less your applause. Though, in the course of a long life, I might add that the latter is not a sound altogether unknown to these years of mine. But this morning I rose, and with the dawn decided that one of the surest qualities in a man is to know when to move on. I quit the boards, as Bazzard will have told you, with the applause for my porter still ringing in my ears. It was a fitting end to my career.
Indeed.
And after much thought, I decided that this affair in Cloisterham, which you are pleased to call a sort of triumph too, should also be in the nature of a farewell performance.
Shame!
No. If you would speak of shame, hark at the deed which followed this decision. I secretly removed my collection, my other belongings, and myself through the windows of my lodgings at Drury Lane, swearing never to return.
Datchery.
But of all the parts I have ever played, tyrants, lovers, princes, soldiers, yes, and porters, the part that appeals to me most at this present time is that of an idle buffer getting through life on his means. And since such means have to be supplemented now and then, I have been persuaded to take up a position teaching drama to the young ladies of Miss Twinkleton's seminary.
That's splendid,
Well done.
Dick Datchery.
Dick
Miss Budd, gentlemen, please. That time when we celebrate the birth of our Saviour is upon us. The most saintly among us can do nothing to add lustre to such a time. Neither can the most wicked tarnish it. Raise your glasses with me, then, in a toast to the time of an age-old promise kept. The best, the merriest time in all the year. To Christmas!
To Christmas!
In Redress, the fifth and final part of The Mystery of Edwin Drood by Charles Dickens, completed by Leon Garfield, Ian Holm was John Jasper and John Moffat Dick Datchery. Crisparkle was played by Gareth Thomas, Rosa by Moyer Leslie, Helena by Helena Breck, Tartar by Michael Cochrane, and Grewgious by John Gabriel. Sapsy was Timothy Bateson, Durdles Gordon Gostilow, Deputy Susan Sheridan, Miss Twinkleton Margaret Courtney, Bazard John Sampson, Mrs. Macsiddons Anne Jameson, Ma Crisparkle Hilda Kreisman, Mrs. Tope Anna Cropper, the Judge David King, the Hangman Michael Graham Cox, and the Constables by David Googe and Simon Treves. The pianist was Nicholas Koch, with musical research by Anna Salomon. The sound balance was by Simon Moorcroft, and the production assistant was Joe Hill. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was dramatised for radio by David Buck and directed by Gordon House.